Hi there, I'm Tom, and this is Ethan, and we're here for the finals of the Eastern Modern League. It's going to be an interesting day today, and how are you today there, Ethan?
I'm pretty good. I'm pretty excited for some interesting matches here.
Yep. So I think we're almost ready to start. The first round is going to be Tim Flora, and he will be playing Lyndon Walker, is that correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Yes. And we have, is it Grix's Twin versus Elves?
I believe, yeah, that's the matchup we've got here.
Yes. Alright then, so we're just going to have a quick look at the top 8 bracket as we find out how these players got to where they're at. So basically we had a final 8, obviously after a long and arduous journey through all the grinders basically. And Tim has won through playing Jason, who I think was he on all sort of twin deck?
No, he was on a Naya chord deck, I think.
Okay then.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Lyndon has won through on the power of Splinter Twin. So on the other side of the draw though, we have Jono playing his standard Merfolk, which I think he's been running for most of the tournament, is that correct? Yeah. And getting in with those beats. Playing Ricky, who for most of the time I believe has been playing, Infect?
He's been on Infect for basically the whole 8 rounds until the top 8, where he switched to black-white tokens, of all things.
Trying to get people with the tech.
Exactly.
Alright. I think we're almost ready here, and panning back to us. Alright, so we're just waiting as I think the players are shuffling up and getting ready to go live on the stream there. Alright, so let's have a look at some of the decks that we'll be playing today. So, is there any interesting tech that you've noticed in Tim's deck?
For the first round, Tim is playing Elves. It's pretty standard. He's got the 8 1-mana Elves in Elvish Mystic and Llanowar Elves.
Alright then. So he's got some early ramp if you can find it.
Exactly, and then he's also got a white splash for some Path to Exiles in the sideboard.
Alright then. That's quite interesting, so obviously it gives him some versatility. Alright, so I think the players are ready, and they've shuffled up, and they've drawn their opening hands. So we have Tim on the right, playing Elves. I think he's taking a mull there. Obviously didn't like what he was seeing. Playing Lyndon. And Lyndon is holding a... Oh no, we've got the decks around the wrong way, sorry. So Lyndon is actually on the mull, and Tim is taking a keep with some collected companies and some other things in hand there. And as we were talking about, he has drawn that opening early Elvish Mystic, so looking for an explosive start on that side of the board. So...
Tim looks like he's going for a mulligan
as well.
It looked like he had a 1-lander, but I couldn't quite see. 1-landers are interesting with the Elves deck. It really depends on how many 1-mana accelerants you have in your hand.
So obviously it sounds like it's a bit of a struggle with Tim's deck. He's only got the 2 of, was it, did you were saying? Is it? Sorry, he's got the 2 4-ofs, right?
2 4-ofs, yeah, exactly.
4-ofs,
yeah.
alright.
Yeah.
Alright, I thought you were saying you just had 2 1-mana accelerants. I thought that was very interesting.
No, the full 8, yeah.
The full 8, yeah. Alright then. So with the breakers on the brackets, as Lyndon finished second, he'll obviously be on the play first. So looking for a good grip first. And I think we're almost ready to start as we're just cutting each other's decks.
Another interesting piece of tech in Tim's sideboard is a Knight of the Reliquary, and to deal with that Tectonic Edge. Basically, what he wanted to do is find it with Chord of Calling.
Alright then.
So it's basically another one of Chord target.
Very good. So I think the standard sort of twin deck on the other side of the board with a similar sort of breakdown on the sideboard tech there, which we'll obviously see in later games. So they're both having a look and assessing where they're at.
Looks like Tim has another 1-lander, but he was going to keep this time.
It doesn't get much better, unfortunately. Alright, with the draw of Collected Company. So Mountain on Linda's side of the board, and he is passed. Tim assessing where he's at, and probably going to play a 1-dork.
So he has the option of Nettle Sentinel or the Elvish Mystic. And he's going to go with the Nettle Sentinel this time.
Alright then. And obviously draw on the other side of the board. And just early turns here, and quick removal, terminate, yeah, and trying to keep those elves in check, make sure he doesn't get away. And another rip, is that another collected company, is it?
Another collected company, so Tim is out of lands at this point. He's going to have to settle for just playing an elf, it looks like. Pass it back.
Very purposeful in his shuffling and decision making here. So every play matters.
Exactly. Lyndon having a think. Can't quite see his hand. Really in the tank here.
Yeah. And without blue mana as well, so he's fighting on no counter spells at the minute, so something must be up.
There's some blue mana, and he passes it back. Looks like it's going to be a tapper on the upkeep here to try and keep Tim off his precious resources.
Yeah, that sounds like a very good strong plan. So going to shock those ones in. So what are they thinking about at this point in time? Are they thinking what the other player is going to be playing, or are they just trying to maintain their own game plan? Like, how interactive do you think this matchup is going to be?
It's basically going to be Lyndon just trying to kill all of Tim's stuff, and Tim trying to kind of leave up mana to I mean, not at this point because he has no mana, but if he had more, he'd want to leave up Chord of Calling in order to disrupt the Splinter Twin combo from Lyndon.
Alright then, and has Lyndon tapped down the land, has he yet? And he's got no play. Yep,
Takes the draw.
Takes a draw.
Finds a land, indeed.
That's a good start, so he's on the way. So it just depends where Lynn's at in his hand. We're not sure whether or not he's holding the Splinter Twin. Does Tim have any way to interact with the Splinter Twin combo at all?
Chord of Calling is his main route. He has Reclamation Sage in the main deck, as well as the one of Spellskite.
Alright then. So hoping to rip those fairly early then, obviously, to block the inevitable win. Well, not the inevitable.
Yeah.
The potential combo win, I should say.
So fetches a forest. One thing to note is there's no white cards in the main deck. So there's no... He does have one Temple Garden to fetch, but there's no point in fetching it in game one because there's nothing to play, basically.
Yep. And life totals are fairly irrelevant for Tim. He's just got to try and fetch and shock it in and obviously apply pressure to the board. So we'll see where Lyndon is at. So no Splinter Twin, not this turn anyway. But getting in with the beats. And
it's like a Tasigar.
Alright, exiling the graveyard and playing Tasigar. So does that leave anything in Lyndon's graveyard? No, it does not.
He exiled the Polluted Delta and a Terminate, it looks like.
Alright then.
So Lyndon pretty far ahead in this game, with Tim having access to basically 3 mana at this point, and Lyndon having a very sturdy board presence and some interactive spells in his hand as well.
Tim just deciding here, thinking about the best line of play. With Lyndon being tapped out, it does give him some options, obviously, if he can find the mana to cast his spells. And he's gone with the Elvish Archdruid, so it gives him access to some more mana. He's going to pass it back.
So he's hoping to untap with that Archdruid, and really, he'll get back in this game if he is able to untap. We'll see whether Lyndon allows him to do that.
Lyndon's just on the attack plan, so I'll see where we go from here. I wonder if Lyndon is going to allow him to untap or have an upkeep with the Elvish Archdruid. We'll see. With a number of Court of Callings in hand, oh no, what was it? Sorry, the Collected Companies in hand, it could be a dangerous play.
Looks like Tim's just going to take it all the way down to 11. And Lynn's just going to pass.
Alright then.
So this is really Tim's opportunity to really slam something nice and get back in this game.
Obviously, he's got to play around any sort of counter spells that Lyndon may be holding up as well. So he's got to find a way to get through that.
So what does Lyndon have for counter spells? He just has the 1 cryptic command, 2 dispels, which I found to be quite nice in this matchup. Just 1 mana to counter Collected Company or Court of Calling, which are 2 of the best cards in the deck. It's quite nice, as well as just the former Remands. So it's quite likely Lyndon has a counter spell of some sort in his hand right now.
Yeah, and we'll see where Tim is going with this. I think he's going to play the Soul Warden. Yep, protect his life totals. Now, does the Soul Warden trigger itself?
I believe it does not.
No. Okay, then.
Essence Warden, no.
Yeah, Essence Warden, sorry. Yep. There we go. And Tim's thinking about it now that he's snuck that one through. Lyndon's happy to see that one resolve. Probably not so happy with a Collected Company, though. And is Essence Warden also an elf, or is that a human?
I'm not 100% sure on that.
Well, it looks like it is an elf, because obviously he's tapping it for mana with the Heritage Druid. And what is that has hit the board?
Elvish Champion.
Elvish Champion, alright then. So this is like a Lord type effect, is that correct?
It is a Lord, and it gives it also gives your it gives your elves Forest Walk, which is not relevant in this matchup at all.
Alright then. And Lyndon has attempted to remand this spell, so we'll see what is happening there. And just getting to see if Tim has any interaction with this, see if he's going to float some mana and try and collect a company in response. And taking a long think about this. And do we know if Lyndon's sitting any more counterspells or not?
We don't know.
We don't know. His grip is very closed.
Yes, he's keeping it close to him.
Yeah.
Interesting tap to black mana there instead of the mountain.
So he just lets that remand resolve, and Lyndon is drawn. And
he's just going to pass it back, it looks like.
Yep.
Someone's having to think.
Yeah. Yeah, still more thinking going on here. So Lyndon has led a number of. Oh, so he's going to interact here. So he's going to attempt to bolt. All right then. Let's see what he's going to do.
It now. He must have drawn it because I don't think you
In
let them
response
untap
to
with
your-
it. And he's going to cast Collected Company.
Yep.
That's going to resolve. Wow. Okay.
Resolve. No dispels on the other side of the board. All right. And looking at the 6 here, and he's got a few choices to make. Oh, I can see an Azuri.
Looks like an Azuri, a couple Nettle Sentinels, and a Llanowar Elves. So
Some more mana or some more. Yep.
I think he's going to go for the Nettle Sentinel and the Azuri.
All right then.
Maybe not.
No, so he's decided against the Nettle Sentinel. At the end of this, the rest just go on the bottom, is that correct?
Yeah, on the bottom.
Yep, alright then.
So what do you think he's thinking about between the Llanowar Elves and the Nettle Sentinel?
So it's the benefit of only having one Nettle Sentinel is not the same as having like 2 or multiples. For the Elvish Arc, no, was it the Heritage Druid?
Yeah, right.
So he might just elect for the straight mana of Elvish Mystic. Was it Elvish? No, sorry, what is it?
Llanowar Elves.
Llanowar Elves. Yeah. Not familiar with all my elves.
Yeah. There's quite a few of them.
Yeah.
And it's gonna looks like he paid 1 to regenerate. So that was quite a great sequence of events for Tim there.
Yep. Alright, is this almost some mistriggers? No. So he's got the
triggering them.
Essence Warden now, getting some life. And now it's across to Lyndon. Linden's just going to hold up his mana again. And is he passing back? Is that what his pointing was? No, he was
I don't
thinking.
think so.
No. That'd be too easy.
Despite Tim's lack of mana in the early turns, he's really come back in this game. His collected company has really pulled him ahead.
That's correct. And is Linden playing many of the type of interactions? Oh, there we go. Did he rip this off the top? There we go.
Looks like it.
Yep.
Did the Essence Warden trigger?
It does, but Pessimite does have 2 power,
Yeah,
so anytime anyone enters, he's only going to get 1, and there's going to be 2 power on the board for each one. Oh, there's some interaction out there. He's asking some questions. I can hear some laughs. Alright, and there we go.
Reluctant to scoop it up, but he eventually...
does, yeah. Alright then. So we're off to game 2 almost. So
that was a tough deck indeed. Nice draws for
Mm-hmm.
Linden there.
Alright, so we'll have a look at the sideboards now, and we'll see what sort of action we can get.
So what do you think Tim is going to go for here?
Alright, so just got to keep in mind that this is a best of 5 series as well, the same as the rest of the league. So it's not best of 3, so we do have quite a number of games to get through, obviously. So what is Tim going to look at? So we do have a sideboard filled with Path to Exiles, Beast Within, Fracturing Gust, Spellskites, Bow of Nihilea,
Barenton Forge Tender.
Alright then, here we go. Neither Reliquary, Tech Edges, Marilias, Thruns, and Kitchen Finks. So got quite a few things to look into here. So what do you think is the best sort of interactive cards that we have?
He definitely wants the Path to Exiles to interact with the Splinter Twin combo.
Yep.
They're some of his best ways to get around that. Having worked with him in testing, he's found Bow of Nihilea to be decent in this matchup. It kills the odd Pestimite and Vendilion Click and stuff.
Yeah, it's quite powerful. That's quite what he wants as well. It does give him quite a substantial game to gain life to prevent just getting beat down by like those the Tassigers. The other thing it would probably bring in is like the Spellskites. Is the Beast Within, is that a valid card to bring in, or is it just too slow in the format?
He's been kind of so on it. He's really not sure. It really depends on what he wants to bring out, I think.
All right then. So the Beast Within is more for his late game sort of matches where he thinks he'll like going into the long game then.
I think so, yeah.
All right, fantastic. So Burton Forge Tender is obviously for burn. Is he going to bring in the Knight of Reliquary? Does it give him enough out being able to? Is it only his own lands though, isn't it? When you tap it.
Yeah. So I'm not sure. I don't think so. I think Linden has enough kind of ways to get rid of it and ways to counter it. It's just a little too slow for the matchup.
Okay then. Is he going to bring in the Tech Edge though? Like I think that would be okay in the matchup, just to turn off double red or prevent him on his 3 colors.
Yeah, possibly. Yeah, I think that should come in. It usually comes in with the Knight as well, but he could just bring it in by itself. Yeah, that wouldn't be terrible.
All right then. Yeah, so we do have some comments from watchers here saying Beast Within answers the twin combo. Do we think it is fast enough though? Is casting it on turn 4 when he's trying to twin? Is that good enough? Like, is he going to hold up that 4 mana for that turn though?
That is definitely the question. It's 3 mana, but it's quite a kind of tempo loss for him.
Yeah, as well. Yeah. And then he's got to be around that 3/3.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yep. All right then. So we'll go and look at the other side then. So we're going to go look at the Grixis twin deck and see what the sideboard tech is on that side then. So we have some Anger of the Gods, Keranos's, Jace Architect of Thought, Olivia Valdarin, Dispels, Engineered Explosives, Spellskites, Izzet Staticasters, Negates, Rending Volleys, Terminates, Grim Lava Mantis, and Surgical Extractions. So quite a lot of answers here, it looks like. There's quite a lot of choices for him to be able to make. So what do you think he'll be bringing in?
Anger of the Gods definitely comes in. It's one of the best cards in the matchup. Grim Lava Manta is also quite good. I think Terminate comes in. Dispel / Negate, depending on how he wants to play the matchup, I think.
Yep. All right then. As some of the other things like Keranos, they're just too slow in this this matchup.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, definitely.
The 5 mana do nothing
Yeah,
on the first turn. Basically, I don't think is really what he wants.
All right. And Olivia Valdarin, though, on the other side, like 5 mana, does interact. Is it still just too slow?
I think so.
Think so? Alright.
We will see, and he might decide differently. But I think Olivia Valdarin is just a little too
Alright
slow.
then.
Yeah.
The interesting one here is sort of like your engineered explosive needed Statocasters. They do seem to like they could do work against these decks.
I think they could. Yeah, his Staticaster is definitely an option for him. Engineered explosives, I haven't found to be amazing against the elf deck, just because they have. Like, they're not always going to just drop all 1-drops. Like, they could drop a couple 3-drops or something. So, we will see, yeah.
Alright then. So that's sort of interesting. I think we're shuffling up. I think we're almost ready. They've made their choices. And just getting ready for game 2 here. So, a bit of a misshuffle from Lyndon there. It's been interesting. And just trying to check this. And what do you bring out of Lyndon's deck? What are we looking to take out then?
Remand is like I think one of the worst cards of the matchup. It does count. It does kind of slow him down with the collector companies and the Court of Callings, but countering a 1-drop is not really what you want to be doing in this matchup.
All right then.
Also, Spell Snare I don't think is amazing. It's basically a deck full of 1-drops and 3-mana spells, so I don't think Spell Snare is really what you want.
All right then. So how much of the combo does he actually take out here? Does he leave most of it in?
I think he leaves most of it in. He has enough kind of dispels and interaction with Tim's side of disrupting his combo, basically. So I think you leave most of the combo in.
All right, fantastic. That sounds like a pretty good plan. And also that Tim is not interacting that heavily on Lyndon's game plan, so obviously leaving in does seem like a little bit of a strong plan there.
Exactly, yeah.
All right, I think we've shuffled up and ready. So I believe Tim has taken the play. Is that correct?
He would have, yeah.
Yep, and both assessing their now opening hands.
So Tim, I can see Path to Exile, a Nettle Sentinel, Elvish Mystic, an Elvish Visionary, and a couple of lands. So it looks like he's going to keep that.
All right then. And has he got access to the white mana?
He does in that Razor's Edge ticket.
Fantastic. That's pretty good. All right, and off to Lyndon's side, and once again, closed grip for Lyndon, and we have no idea what he has in store. All right, maybe some lands, some spells, and some dudes.
That sounds pretty good.
Fetch by Lyndon going down. How important is Lyndon's life total in this? How quickly can the Elves deck actually like pressure the board to put the kill on?
The Elves deck, Tim has described it as a kind of more of a combo deck, basically. So he wants to collect company or Court of Calling into Azuri is his main win condition.
All right.
So he goes end of turn, Chord for Azuri, and then untap and kill you, basically.
Okay. And Lyndon interacting early here with Lightning Bolt, and Tim will remove his guy.
Yeah, so Lyndon apparently not scared to just bolt or terminate the 1-mana Nettle Sentinel. So Tim draws another 1-mana elf.
And how strong is the turn 2 play 2 dorks? Is that quite a strong play in this deck, or
it really depends on what you got to follow it up.
Yep.
I think I'd lean towards playing the Visionary here, just to draw a card and kind of dig deeper, and it looks like what he's going to do. But yeah, if you've got like a Court of Calling, it might be better to just like run the 2 elves out there to really ramp the hardest. But I think the Visionary, just using your mana more efficiently in the 2-mana spell.
Especially with Lyndon being tapped out on the other side of the board.
Yeah.
Alright then, and just waiting on Tim to shuffle up here. And here's the decision. He's having a look at it. I think he is going to go with the Visionary, as you said. So,
yeah.
Still early days yet. Just jostling for position a little bit. All right, and we'll have a look at what he draws, and he rips that combo piece, as you said. So Azuri off the top. So it gives him some plays in the next couple of turns.
He is looking for a 3rd land, though. That would be nice.
Yep. So it's interesting that you didn't go with the 2 dorks, knowing that it doesn't have any further land drops. But obviously, if he was digging for it, he might have got one.
Yeah, exactly.
On the other side of the board, though, we do have Serum Visions, which gives Lyndon a bit more information on his deck and see where he's up to.
Just looking at the scry. Looks like he's
Well,
going to top, bottom. He's going to pass it back.
So neither of them really in danger at this point, still just jockeying for position as we run out some more guys, and each of them just trying to build up their resources before they can attempt to just combo.
Exactly.
Yep.
Team has missed his third land drop here, which we'll see how much that actually
is detrimental.
Yeah, exactly.
Once again, though, Lyndon with only no blue mana up, so obviously he might be digging for lands on that side of the board as well. Yep, and followed up by the Elvish Mystic and the Llanowar Elves, and passing it back. So it's interesting, if he'd gone the other way, he would have had more mana on this turn, but Lyndon now choosing to interact, and obviously that could have happened last turn though.
2 bolts from Lyndon is really what you want in this matchup. Just bolting the early plays is one of the best things you can do to interact with the Elves deck.
Yep.
Lyndon's going to pass it back.
Yep. Alright then. Alright, no, he's not. Is he pass it back? Or no, he's thinking about something here. Is he going to do things on the upkeep? Is that where he is?
I think Lyndon's still in his main phase.
Tough decisions here, and Tim puts down his hand as he's not doing much else.
Third bolt, wow.
Third bolt, yeah.
That's got to be tough for Tim here. Missing his third land drop and only having the 1/1 here is really not the spot he wants to be in right now, as he finds another path to exile. The players don't have deck lists, do they?
I believe they may have had a look at each other's deck list, but I'm not entirely sure on that.
Okay.
So I think Lyndon is also running the full 4 Snapcasters. So with a a grip full of cards and 3 bolts in the bin, it does give him a lot of options or versatility at this point as well. Alright, so I do have confirmation that no one has looked at each other's deck lists, so it is all hidden information. So maybe they might get a look at each other's deck list before the final.
So how much do you think Lyndon's going to be thinking about Path to Exile here with that Razor Edge ticket there?
I'm not sure because of there is quite a number of other options available, isn't there? Like, what is the rally type strategy? Is that still legitimate with elves or not really? Is he going to be thinking about that? Could be the next option, or is it more focused on green mana here?
I'm not sure actually. I haven't seen the rally the ancestors. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, I believe so.
In modern, but that could be sweet actually. I'm not.
Yep.
Yeah. We'll see, I guess.
Obviously, playing around that white mana as it is anomaly to the normal. And as we were talking about before, here are these Snapcasters, so they do come in, and and now Tim's gonna have to decide what he's going to do at this point. Is he going to path this Snapcaster?
Yeah, rally does sound too white heavy for the Elves deck.
It also detracts from the combo a lot.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, so Lyndon once again targeting Lightning Bolts and bolting another Mana Dork on the other side, and trying to restrict Tim's resources as he puts down his own threats. Elvish Visionary still swinging in, and they're both happy to trade here. It's quite interesting, in fact. I'm surprised Lyndon doesn't just want to take the 1 damage. Quite a strong follow-up here from Tim as well with the Scavenging Ooze. Quite a number of creatures and relevant spells in the bin at this point.
Lyndon's just snap off the Terminate here. Doesn't want any shenanigans with the graveyard and that Scavenging Ooze.
Obviously wants to protect his graveyard as well for those Tassigers, which will give him a lot of interactivity in the upcoming games. Alright, and here's this Azuri that we saw earlier.
Not afraid to just slam the Azuri here. Interesting.
Especially no other elves to support it. And what is the regeneration cost? Azuri has regenerate for itself, or is it for other elves?
No, it's only other elves.
Only other elves, alright then.
Azuri is quite
unprotected at this
Exactly.
point. That's interesting though. Lyndon is missing some land drops here, and he does have another Snapcaster. He's going to attempt to Lightning Bolt again, clearing the board and clearing the way for some beats.
Land drops don't matter when you draw 3 bolts and 2 Snapcasters and a Terminate and
Everything else.
lots of great stuff for Lyndon here.
Yep.
Looks like Tim's holding 2 Pathway Exiles, a copy of Collected Company, and a Spell Sky. So,
just missing on those lands a little bit.
yeah.
And down comes the Spell Sky. It's trying to protect his lurk total. And pass it back.
Then he quickly puts that card to the back of his hand, maybe thinking, I'm not going to be using that for a while.
Yep, so he just holds on to those Grip Fluid cards and passes back. Once again, can't tack into the Spell Sky.
The third Pathway Exile for Tim isn't exactly what he wants to see.
And end of turn, Vendilion Click at this point.
Tim just reading the card. So I think Lyndon's going to target Tim just to see what's happening here.
That's great. He wants to know what's going on the other side of the board. Would you let him keep this hand though? Of 3 Path Exiles and what was the final card there? Is it
Collected Company. So
right.
It depends on what. If Lyndon has like a Dispel or something, I think you just leave it. Like you can. I think you can fight through 3 paths. And like if you have the answer for the Collected Company, then that's fine. But like the last thing you want is for him to bin the Collected Company and then him to draw like an Archdruid or something, and then like not have an answer for that, and then he untaps and draws something else and like goes off basically.
Yeah. Lynn's going to have a look now, and he's going to make a decision. And I'm not sure if he's written this down or not.
Probably doesn't need to.
No, you could probably remember that one.
Yeah. And he's just going to say that's fine, yeah.
Yep. Now Lyndon's turn, yep.
Tim, have you think really wants to path something?
Yep. Sometimes that Vendilion Click can be a quick clock here, so...
It can, yeah. That's the power of Vendilion Click. It disrupts your opponent quite nicely, and then it just attacks 3 in the air at turn after turn, so...
Yeah. Also, is Tim thinking about giving Lyndon his 4th land drop? Lyndon has missed. Obviously, if he passes, he's going to get a land out of it.
It looks like Tim is just going to take it. Maybe not.
Well, he does have some life to play with at this point in time, so he is not that far behind, considering his board set is just Spell Sky, however.
I think Lyndon having five-ish cards in hand, and obviously none of them are lands, I think Tim is not in an amazing spot here.
Like we said earlier, though, he's going to slide all those remands out as they're not great in the matchup. So how many more counterspells would he have left? What did we say he would leave in? Was Spell Snare, which was quite good, the Cryptic Commands, and potentially the Dispel as well.
Yeah, I think the Dispels are still in. I think Spell Snare comes out.
Alright then.
And I think Cryptic Command stays in. It's a bit slow, but like you can just like fog for a turn by tapping their team and drawing a card, which it's not terrible. Like.
So we can see there is an online store, so if you're inquiring, you can always go to www.sneakandshow.com. And for a large range of cards, online products, and playmats, in fact. So you can look at those online there. Alright, so I've just looked away, and Lyndon has found a few land drops, and he has now been Path Exiled, and he gets an additional land drop, and he gets to go find some basics, give him access to more blue mana, and even some black mana there for the Tassigers.
Tim's going to find a copy of Lanowite Elves, it looks like.
Now, is he just going to hold that up in hand, or is he going to play it? He's going to play it on this turn. Alright then.
There's really no reason not to run it out there, I think.
Alright then. This does give him the mana available for Collected Company now as well. Alright, so where are we up to? Is this still Tim's turn at this point?
Uh,
Or is he passed back? Or
I
is he
think
thinking?
Lyndon's thinking about a counterspell,
Alright then.
maybe, but yeah, it looks like it. Oh, he's thinking about end of turn.
No, this is end of turn. Alright then.
He's going to terminate the spell guide.
Was it the spell guide or the elves that got terminated there?
I think it was the spell guide.
Alright then. See where this is going. So see if Lyndon is obviously looking to potentially combo, as he doesn't have the mana up to be able to cast any Pestimites or Deceiver Exarch, so.
No, but this does prevent any interaction from Tim for future combos. But he does have 2 Path to Exiles in hand, so maybe Lyndon's just looking to get some damage in, and Tim looks like he's going to Path to Exile his own spell guide.
Right. I suppose with 2 in hand, he's going to try and create the more mana, just in case the elves do get removed, and then he's got the 4th mana for the Collected Company.
Yeah.
So quite an interesting move there. But obviously, land drops are less easy to interact with compared to the elf on the dork on the board. Back to Lyndon's turn here. Untap. Yeah, land drop for the turn. Maybe he's just sandbagging all those lands, sitting on them when we can't see them. An attack from Lyndon here.
Tim thinking about blocking. What do you think is the advantage to block here?
I'm not sure there really is much advantage. Obviously, as you said, Tim is a combo deck, so he does want to hold up his resources, and there's not much advantage just trading away these elves for just the 2 damage.
Yeah, yeah.
So he does have to decide though, because obviously there could be interaction from Lyndon's side still anyway. It depends what the follow-up is.
He's just going to take it, going to 14.
Yep. And draw from Tim, and now he's just got to assess his options. Does he just collect the company in the middle straight into this mana? Probably not. Still holding Path to Exile though, but obviously Lyndon is ahead on board, and he does have to interact at some point. So he's just going to hold off and see when he'll be able to collect a company then. Once again, Snapcaster, beat down. Alright, he's going to try and interact now.
Blocks, yeah. I cannot believe this will resolve.
We'll see though.
Yeah, he's just going to dispel.
Yeah.
No blocks, down to 12.
Lyndon has a bit of free reign here to do whatever he wants, but not much coming out. No. Just land and ship it back. Alright, Tim assessing his options. Very much so on the back foot here, but he is going to attack back. But he is losing this race, so he does need to do something at some point.
And there's the Cavern of Souls. That could be interesting if Lyndon has a cryptic command or something he wants to counter an elf that Tim might play on future turns. Could be problematic, but I don't think it's gonna matter here.
Yeah, so 7 visions from Lyndon. I think he's just digging for the combo or for some more threats at this point.
It's like a Splinter Twin and something else in that scry pile. So what do you think about keeping Twin where you don't have the other combo piece in your hand?
Obviously, it depends how much of the rest of the combo he's kept in his deck. Alright, if he's kept the 2 Pessimites and the 4 Deceiver Exarchs, he should be able to find the rest of the combo fairly quickly. But if he's boarded most of it out, obviously he may decide to shuffle that away.
Yeah.
Obviously, his graveyard is stacked, so he could just put it on a Snapcaster Mage. But I'm not sure how effective that is really.
Yeah. That's not terrible actually. Like, flashing back Serum Visions and Bolt and Terminate because his graveyard is stacked, as he said. Tim's got another copy of Collector Company. Unfortunately, that is counterable as it's not a creature spell for Cavern of Souls. see
Should
if
it be
Lyndon-
elf tribal? No.
Looks like Lyndon has the
Yeah,
cryptic command
commands.
here. Yeah.
Yeah. And just deciding what the modes are here, is it? No, choosing just to counter draw. Yep. Too easy with that one.
Tim having a think. I think he's just got the Path to Exile in hand at this point.
And Lyndon knows it as well, so let's just see where this is up to.
Tim, can I untap?
Untap.
Gonna take a draw.
Yep. It's better for Tim maybe just to sandbag a few resources. Does he have the turns left here in the tank to be able to just to sandbag up his hand and then trying to combo out again?
Yeah, he doesn't have that much time though, I don't think. With
Yep.
Lyndon.
Could be pressuring the board here. Cast a cheap Tasiga and then
Yeah.
or even snapcast a bolt. Yep. And Lyndon he has brought in the Olivia Voldaren.
He did bring in the Olivia, interesting.
Yep.
So I think he's planning for more of a long game than trying to just combo out as soon as he can.
Yep. So I wonder if that means if he's boarded out the Tassias. Do we see one this game at all, or not as of yet?
We haven't.
No.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he has brought out the Tassiga. We'll have to see.
Maybe they can be caught in hand, obviously, with the fast clock from the elves if the combo does happen, and then it's stuck with a 6-mana dork in your hand.
Yeah. I think if he's got Olivia, he's got to have Tassiga in his deck as well. It can't
Support itself as well.
Yeah.
There is a lot of targets though, so you can eat this. What is it? Yeah, the Llanowar elves. Is Tim going to interact with this? Is he going to Path to Exile here, or does he wait until? Does he wait until the attack or something?
Yeah, it depends. I'm not sure what the last card in his hand is, but I think he has to kill it at some point. It's just going to take over the game and kill all of his whole board, basically. It's just...
And now what is it? When it does 1 damage to target creature, is that correct?
It does, and then it puts a +1/+1 counter on
it. All right then.
Yeah.
And what is the other effect of Olivia is to take control of a creature, is that correct?
It's take control of a vampire. So what Olivia does is she pings creatures and then they turn into vampires, and then you can pay the 3 black to steal a vampire from your opponent.
All right then.
Which is not what we're going to see in this game, because basically her pinging ability is just going to kill every creature Tim
most of the elves.
Yeah.
All right, we are going to see a Path to Exile and a very quickly dispelled from Lyndon's side. Olivia goes up. Snapcast now has free reign to attack. Lyndon is tapped out here, so looking for a good rip from Tim. And do we know what the other card is in hand or not?
No, we're not sure about that. I can't imagine there are any sequence of spells that will get Tim out of this, though. He's in pretty dire straits here.
Alright then, and pass it back. Draw. Who knows, maybe we'll see that beast with from within.
We may.
No, as we discussed.
Snapcaster,
on the Snapcaster.
So is that's 4 plus, that's just lethal if he just targets bolt and attacks. So, he's got something.
Yeah, alright then. Here we go, Call to Calling, yep.
He's going to call it for 2.
No, 3, not leaving the land up.
So presumably getting spell scarred because he wants to grab that Splinter Twin off of Lyndon's side.
Yep, alright then. Yeah, so before the Splinter Twin resolves, just change the target of this. Alright, it still doesn't give any interaction to Olivia though. And Linden does have the mana up now to kill it, but will he have it next turn? Is it just enough there? No, it looks like he's one short. He does have Terminate.
So he's going to kill it, and then presumably he'll just tap Snapcaster to make a copy. Oh, that doesn't. Okay, it doesn't resolve. Right.
Yep. Yeah, and we're off to game 3 here as we shuffle up. Tim a little bit unlucky there, struggling to find the combo, and Linden with a lot of early interaction. Didn't even see the anger of the gods from Linden's side of the board there. Just a lot of general burn pointed straight at the elves.
He didn't really need it. You saw a glimpse of it in his hand there, but he really didn't need it. He drew 3 bolts and a bunch of Snapcasters and just killed all of Tim's threats. So that wasn't. Yeah, that was.
So, what are we hoping for on Tim's side of the board? What is the dream run there?
He basically wants to just ramp out and to collect a company. Collect a company is, I think, one of his best cards in the matchup. It's just basically you get 2 creatures for the 1 spell. But he also wants to hit his land drops with something he hasn't really done on time in his game so far.
All right then. Now, has he left in like the Eternal Witness, and that is a powerful card in this matchup? If it's going to go to these longer type games, then it gives him a lot of choices, basically.
I think so. Yeah, Eternal Witnessing, like there's a play of just you chord of calling for 3 and just get Eternal Witness and get your chord back, and it's just like a free 2/1 basically, just to advance your board a little bit.
Excellent. All right. So just Tim's just struggling to find the combo a little bit, and Lynn just interacting. Is there many changes for the sideboarding here? No, it looks like they're shuffling up straight away. In fact, so
didn't even look at the sideboards.
Yeah, no. All right, then they must have decided they've made the best choices. I always found myself sideboarding in between every game almost. Every time you see some new tech, and then you decide again.
Yeah, you have to look at it at least after every match. I don't know. Yeah. One thing I found interesting in Linden's sideboard, it's not this one.
Oh no,
which one is
sorry.
it? It's that one.
Yeah.
He's not utilizing Blood Moon anyway in his sideboard or the main deck, so I guess he wasn't expecting a lot of kind of dodgy mana bases from the top 8 here.
Alright then. He is running 3 colours himself though, so it does turn off a lot of his own lands potentially as well. So it does make it difficult for him to obviously Desolate Lighthouse or find any of his combo pieces.
It does,
Yeah. So is Jace Architect of Thought, is it turning off only one guy, or is it the whole...
That's so the minus 1, -0 to like all attacking creatures.
But I suppose like with Overrun from Missouri, it's not really reasonable in that sort of matchup.
Yeah, I guess if they're just kind of trying to attack with the dorky 1/1s and 2/1, it's not too bad. But it really we'll see.
Also, there's not much protection on that side of the board as well. So if he is attacking wide with like a large number of people, eventually some of them can get through, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, as one of our viewers has said, looking at sideboard every time with Twin is a powerful interaction. Is you may have boarded more of the combo out or boarded more of the combo in.
Exactly.
So that is interesting as well. All right, I think we're almost ready here. I think we're just shuffling up and cutting each other's decks. I think they're just getting ready to draw their opening 7 for game 3. All right, so just back to the action now.
So you assume Tim is on the play. As that's really where his deck wants to be.
And both of them just assessing their opening draws. So on Tim's side, we can see some Path to Exiles, Rage of the Verge Thickets, there's some Elvish Visionaries, and some other dorks, I believe, at the end of the hand there.
It looks like a 1-lander, but I couldn't quite tell. Again, 3rd game in a row, the first turn, Nether Sentinel. We'll see if Linden elects to bolt that. He has before, and he'd do it again.
Alright then. I wonder if we're going to see the same sort of interaction with 3 bolts in like the opening hand or the opening few draws.
That would be pretty good for Linden. I think Tim is looking for a land here. Yeah, it looks like he's going to miss his 2nd land drop. Oh no, there it is. Okay, he's got Nykthos. And again, yeah, it looks like Elvish Visionary.
Just digging for more lands or digging for more cards?
Yep.
And has he found that land, or is that a...
I don't think he has. I think he's missing his 3rd land drop.
Alright then. We'll see what Linden's got on his side of the board. He's going to go and fetch. And is he just shocking in this watery grave, is he? Alright then.
Looks like he is.
Wants to hold up those counter spells or flash in a Snapcaster.
I think he's going for a Serum Visions here.
Okay.
I don't think there's really any other reason to
shock.
to fetch and shock on your main phase. Yeah, Serum Visions it is.
Scrying, assessing. I saw a cryptic command in there. Now, would you leave that on top this early in the game, or do you put it to the bottom, especially with that being a one-of in the deck?
Yeah, I think it has to go to the bottom. If he has like a bunch of interactive spells and a few lands, you might want to leave it just as kind of a late game powerhouse. But I think you want to bottom it. It's not really doing much at this point.
Going to take a long time to think about this one. It has every decision important. No, it is top.
Top.
Right.
Interesting.
And I'm not sure that we have the life totals correct there. I think we'll get that up to date.
I think Linda's at 17 and Tim's at 20. Yeah.
Alright, ships a turn back. Tim now looking ahead. He has got, is that another Razor Furge Thicket, is it?
It looks like it is. It looks like he has found his third land. It just depends
Right.
on what he wants to do with that mode at this point. He's going to play that.
The fast land's doing a lot of work for Tim early in the game here. Just like last game, does give him those options to path to exile.
Yeah, with the full 4 Razor Furge Thicket, you can see he's really concentrating on his first 3 land drops being untapped.
Alright, and running out a lot of the, on his way to the combo here. We do have 3 untapped elves on the board. See whether or not Lyndon's going to interact with this.
So he's leading on the Elvish Mystic and then playing the Heritage Druid. Just so that Lyndon can't bolt the Heritage Druid before Tim can tap the mana, basically.
Alright, he can interact with the other elves though before it resolves.
Yeah,
so,
he can, yeah.
And Lyndon thinking about this here.
I think Tim is thinking. Maybe not. He's just going to pass it
Pass
back.
back. Alright then. So is that no follow-up play from Tim on that side then? Or is he just holding up his cards at this point?
I think he's holding up Collected Company.
Alright.
With the 3 and then the Nykthos, yeah. So Lyndon's going to Serum Visions again.
Draws one of those cards that he knows. Let's look at 2 more. Lyndon once again just assessing where he's at. Obviously his starting hand was not as powerful as last time around.
So last turn, Lyndon only had a mountain untapped, so there wasn't going to be counter spells there. Why do you think Tim wouldn't have main phased the Collector Company? What do you reckon he's trying to play around there?
I don't know, I haven't really thought about that. That's a very good point. It could be a misplay potentially. But, obviously he's making that decision for a reason.
Yeah. Maybe Anger of the Gods.
Potentially.
I'd be surprised to see a Romance here. It looks like, just as a spell.
It's very awkward there, unfortunately for Tim.
Yeah.
Alright, is he holding another one though? And untap him back to Tim's turn.
Takes a draw. Flicks his cards, has a think.
So he's got Bow, Path to Exile, and is that another land in hand or a Collected Company at the end?
I'm not sure. It looks like a Temple of Plenty, to be honest, but I don't think that's what it is.
Sometimes those scry lands are helpful though in this deck as well. Just be able to sift away some of the irrelevant cards at a certain point in time, as there is a bit of redundancy between the elves.
Yeah, they could be actually. I'm not sure if Tim's thought about that.
So it was a land. And we are going to see Bow.
So did he attacked, right? Okay.
Now remind me again. Do you remember what the modes are on the Bow?
You've got some creatures on the bottom of your deck mode, which is basically irrelevant. You've got, I think, 2 damage to target flyer, gain 3 life, and put a +1/+1 counter on target creature, I believe.
Yep. And is there effect like a buff effect across all cards? Is it? It's like everything gets
No, I think it's
no?
just puzzle counter
Or
on
is it
just one of your creatures, basically.
All right then. I'll find out. So attacking new creatures will have Death Touch. That was the other part.
Oh, right,
There we
that's
go.
the one, yeah.
So it makes it very awkward, especially with a lot of 1/1 dorks. Like you can't obviously block with his Tassigas and that sort of thing.
Yeah,
So it
right.
does give him out to a lot of those bigger dudes. Yeah, so as you said, so it's +1 counter on target creature, deals 2 damage to target creature with flying, so it does interact with those Pestimites, which is quite powerful, and the Vendala clicks, as you said earlier. It gains 3 life just to stabilize a little bit if he does fall behind, or put 4 cards from your graveyard onto the bottom of your library.
Yeah.
Alright then, so you can shuffle those collected companies back in eventually. How many fetches does Tim run? Is there many within the deck or not
He's
really?
got 3.
3?
Yeah, 3
Alright
Windswept
then.
Heaths.
Alright then, so there is some chance of that occurring.
So Tim takes a draw, has a think. Lyndon representing Cryptic Command, Snapcaster, Dispel, or Bolt. Lyndon really has his doors open for lots of interaction.
That's correct, but like some of his plays are less relevant now. Obviously, if he is holding any Pestimites or any Vendalian clicks, the bow can deal with them.
Yeah.
So Tim is just attacking here with his guys.
Interesting. Tim's going on the aggressive instead of kind of leaving bow up to kill a Pestimite or a click or something.
He does have the Path to Exile in hand though, so just depends on what obviously Lyndon is holding up, like whether or not he has the dispels that he's sighted in.
Yeah.
So he's going to terminate the Elvish Visionary. Alright, is there any recursion? Like in Legacy, I know there is recursion between Elvish Visionary and some of the other cards. Is there any way for him to bounce that card and like get the value out of redrawing more cards or rebuying cards at all?
I don't think so. Not
so
really,
much? No. Just the dream is to collect a company into it and be able to draw more cards off.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, then.
Court of Calling to Restoration Angel or something.
Alright, and some more redundancy from Tim's side of the board here. Make sure he's keeping up his Heritage Druid mana. Let's see what we've got from Lyndon's side of the board as he is now on the back foot. As these mana dorks are going to town.
Yeah, Lyndon down to 10 just from the dork attacks basically. And a bit of fetching and shocking, I guess. Tim still with the key Path to Exile in hand, and
Lyndon obviously wary of this.
Yeah.
Alright, so while they're just thinking about it a bit here, shuffling up. So Tim doesn't have to really run up much more here. Like if he's obviously got the Azuri, he can obviously potentially combo and go for the win. Without Elvish Archdruid though, does like restrict his mana a little bit.
Yeah, that's a wade turn.
Yep. Once again, just looking to attack in with his guys here.
So passing priority, so he's just gonna opt for the 3 damage.
And a potential pump on the Tim's side here. We'll see how we go. Lyndon is thinking about it. Obviously, Deceiver Exarch at this point is quite a strong blocker, but he is going to eat that Path to Exile. It does depend, though, obviously, on eventually Lyndon does have to interact. Once again, terminate, though.
I think Lyndon's still holding up that Cryptic Command, actually, that you saw earlier from the scry. That we found out he left that on top. So I think that's what he's representing.
Alright then. So potential to obviously tap down Tim's team there and maybe get him some more value. So we'll see how that goes in the next couple of turns. We did Seven Visions the second time. Did he then put that in bottom? Because he went top bottom at that point in time. So like without being able to see his group full of cards,
yeah,
it makes it very difficult here. We're just speculating on what he may have. Very interesting if he just passes back here, as he's just going to let Tim continue to attack him. Obviously, there is diminishing returns on Tim's side as every turn he starts losing a dude. But end of turn, he is going to buff his guys.
And it is Linden thinking about some sort of interaction here.
So is there any big play at the end of the towards the end of Tim's deck? Is there any sort of like what is it, Crater Hoof Behemoth or anything like that?
No, nothing really. It's just a bunch of elves and instants to find the elves basically.
Alright then.
Zuri is really his late game.
So he's tapping down on the Nixos there, even though like you can potentially generate 4 mana. So obviously, it does give Linden some information that he's not holding those cards, as he's leaving his coloured mana up.
Yeah, right.
Now Tim just thinking here, obviously.
It's a tight spot, not knowing what Linden has in his hand. It's quite hard to know what to do here.
Now just to confirm, these life totals are correct, because Linden was on 10, and Tim did attack with 3 guys, but one of them got terminated. So it's definitely 7 at his point. Is this definitely correct? Like, what do you, was that?
I think he attacked for 3,
yeah,
and then Linden end of turn.
End of turn, did it? Alright, okay then.
So he's going to Cryptic, looks like can tap the team and draw a card, I would assume.
Not bounce the bow, no, obviously it's get replay value. Not bounce one of the dorks and take them on 1 counter.
I don't think so. I think a card in hand is better than any of those options.
Obviously digging for more things. Now Tim is thinking hard here. The pain, frustration on his face.
Yeah, tap and draw.
Alright then. Linden looking very at ease there.
Yeah, this is a tough spot for Tim. I'm not sure how he's going to get out of this.
Just needs to find a bit more pressure on the board, obviously.
Yeah, he's had, like, his draws haven't been terrible. He hasn't. He's missed a land drop or 2 throughout the matches, throughout the games. But Linden has just interacted at every step and just kept his pressure down, basically. So it looks like
in response, he's going to attempt to
activate Nixos. It looks like he's got 4, 5, 6 mana.
Is this Quarter Calling? Called for 3 then? Is that correct?
Looks like Quarter Calling is going to resolve.
Yep.
Tim's going to go have a look and get an Archdruid.
Alright then. This does increase his Nixos devotion, and it also increases the pressure on the board, which he was definitely looking for.
He passes it back. Linden takes a draw. Oh, Linden draws off the Cryptic command, sorry.
Yep.
And Tim passes it back.
Linden untaps. Now is Linden looking for those Anger as the Gods at this point?
Anger of the Gods would be quite the card here.
Yeah. And there's no way for Bo to interact to save with less mana up. No. Alright, just depends what Linden's holding. That's what we're going for here.
Another Olivia. So you can activate it once, but doesn't kill anything.
Does make it a vampire now, though.
Makes it a vampire, but it's not going to kill it.
Olivia is bigger now as well, though. It is able to block some of these dorks. Does it potentially buy Linden a couple of turns, or 1 turn maybe?
And then just going to pass.
And he's path to exile.
So interesting.
And Linden tapped out on his side. And scoop him up. And we're off to gain 4.
Wow.
Right. Well played by Tim there. Obviously limited resources and obviously shuffling up and just digging for some answers. Just trying to apply that minimal threat pressure.
well-timed
get
quarter
there.
calling really pulled that out for him.
Yeah, so as we said, it was just about finding a bit extra pressure to put on the board.
Yeah.
Once again, we do go back to sideboarding, so Linden once again now thinking about it. We haven't seen those Anger of the Gods. Was there 2 of them in there or just the one?
There was 2 Anger of the
There was
Gods,
2
yeah.
Right.
Interesting. I have not been one to bring in Olivia in this matchup, but I mean it was good for him in game 2.
Yeah.
It was basically 6 mana, eat a Path to Exile in game 3, but
Yeah. Yeah, so just to let the viewers know that we do have events coming up outside of obviously the Modern League, where the next one is starting not too far away. So on Saturday 19th September, we do have a pre-PTQ, which is a standard, at the Celtic Club in Melbourne. On the same day, there's also a Mox Highlander event and a Last Chance WMCQ in Melbourne. So these will be streamed and televised by Twitch. Potentially by myself and by Ethan, but most likely by someone else. So you can get all your coverage here at sneakandshow.com. You can also make sure you can obviously check out the website and look up for any singles you may need for the upcoming events. Yeah, so that was very interesting. Was that game 3?
that was quite the game 3.
Yeah.
I was impressed.
So a very grindy game for the Elves. They didn't get to free reign combo and get to win there, but very interesting.
Yeah, it was. Olivia Valdarin not quite what he wanted there. I'm not sure what Linden was. Did Linden know about the Path to Exile? I guess he didn't, because.
No, I don't believe so. Yeah, not in this game. No. So yeah, very and also tapping out. So it does make it difficult. Obviously, he left that Cryptic Command very early on top of his deck there.
Yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, so obviously it is an expensive counterspell, especially if you're just going to counter like a 1-mana Dork or something else there.
Yeah, it can be quite clunky in those situations.
Yeah, so they are re-sideboarding. So do you think there's anything else that Lynn will be thinking about at this point in time? If he hasn't brought those Angers in, he'll bring those in.
Yeah, I'm sure the Anger of the Gods are in there.
Yep.
Jace instead of Olivia Valdarin is something he might be able to think about.
Yep. Does give him that card advantage as well to be able to dig to find those other answers, such as like your engineered explosives or your Statocasters.
Yeah, exactly. We saw quite a few games where there kind of just not much happening on board. It's a lot of it's the cards in hand and the collected companies and stuff. And so just slamming a Jace into no board presence is pretty good. Just -2 and get a couple cards back.
Yep. Yeah, so I think we're just shuffling up here. I think they're drawing the 7. I think we're ready to start game 4. Alright, so Linden is up 2-1, so Linden is on the play at this point after Tim has taken the last game. Alright, so just assessing their group of cards here. So once again we can see what Tim's got, and Linden very hidden.
Yeah. Tim looks like he has
is that
a land or 2, and they're both going to keep.
Alright then.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Tim brought Thrun in this matchup.
Yeah, it is an interactive beater, so yeah, it doesn't quite beat through your Tassigas, but Linden could have potentially boarded those out. Alright, this time no Nettle Sentinel lead, just going to lead with the Elvish Mystic.
So yeah, if Linden gets to a turn where he's kind of just leaving up Cryptic Command on turn 4, if Tim can just slam a Thrun and just get right past that and waste Linden's whole turn, basically, that'd be a really big tempo swing for him.
We also see some Essence Warden. Is there a Quarter Calling in there? I thought I saw.
Yeah, Tim's hand looks pretty good. It has a couple of lands, which means he's going to hit his first few land drops, and it has some nice spells to really get him ahead in this early game before Linden can interact with him. No
interaction from Linden's side at this point, but is obviously looking to interact at some point.
No lightning bolt yet.
Not yet. Just land pass, land go.
Yeah.
Interesting though, Sarah Visions from Linden's side either at this point, not looking for card quality at all.
No,
or maybe not just drawn it.
Linden's just holding up his cards. Tim assessing his options. Looks like he has...
Does he play the Nykthos here, or does he play another Razorfurge Thicket?
I think he has a Windswept Teeth, which he'll play.
Play,
there, yeah.
Yep, fetch.
I think he's gonna opt to just slam a turn 2 Elvish Archdruid.
So it is a big tempo play as well, so it does give him access to mana on the next few turns if it does survive or stick
Exactly.
around.
Yeah. If he untaps with it, I think it's gonna be pretty great for him. Other options could be, I think he can play like an Essence Warden and a
Llanowar Elves.
Yeah, Llanowar Elves, something like that. Which
just diversify his options.
Yeah.
So it depends what he's trying to play around. Like if he gets angered with all his small dwarfs out, or whether or not he wants to just play the one big dude.
Yeah, so if he wants to get more damage in, I think you play the 2 1-drops, and then next turn you can play a 3-drop and bash for 6 or something.
Yep. All right.
And Metal Sentinel. So
Metal Sentinel. All right then.
And he's going to really concede to anger if Lyndon has it here. So just going all out here for Tim.
It's going to fetch again. So occasionally we see Lyndon, not afraid to fetch not for blue and just not leave blue up until a bit later. So very interesting. But obviously this game he is fetching for the blue. Like the last couple of games he has searched for like blood crypts and other things.
Yeah, he definitely wants his red and black mana early for the Terminate and Lightning Bolt.
Yep. The other thing is he's just fetched up a Water Grave, so obviously he may not have anger in the hand, otherwise you'd need double red for that. So it's also very interesting, so it is a bit of a tell there for Tim. Unless he's already holding all the red mana that he needs.
Yeah. It's interesting how much Tim should be thinking about Lyndon's lands and how he plays them, basically. I don't think there's tons to get from there, just because they have so many fetch lands and they can get so many different colours off those fetch lands. It's not too difficult.
Yeah, that's correct. So Lyndon obviously not interacting in this game very much at all. First 2 turns, allowing Tim just to build up a bit of a board state. So very interesting. Lyndon obviously assessing his options at this point. Probably wishing he had that anger at hand, otherwise it would have been slammed on the board by now, I would have thought.
Yep. I don't think he's going to slow roll us all.
Yep.
So what can Lyndon? Lyndon can have
So he's fetching here.
Could have a Deceiver Exarch, Pestamite, Vanillion Click. I don't think he has like Bolt or Terminate, because I think he would have used those already.
Yep. We could have the Is It Staticast, but there's not much value out of it here, as Tim does have a number of different 1-drops.
Yeah.
He has found that double red now, though.
Maybe we'll see the Anger of the Gods. Maybe he's slow rolling us.
What are the other options? So there was a number of different, like, engineered explosives, potentially.
Yeah, explosives. Colligan's Command. He could
Yep.
kill a dork and make him discard a card.
Yeah.
Other options could be, Serum. He could have a Serum Visions. Tassiga, actually. He could just turn 3 Tassiga. It looks like
here is the Staticaster. The Staticaster is going to try and sweep the board here a little bit.
Tim gets the trigger off the Essence Warden.
Yep.
And a quick look at his Staticaster and realizing that, yes, it's going to kill your creatures every turn.
The faster he goes and finds his Elvish Archdruid now off the Quarter Calling. Could save him.
Yeah, I guess Tim's gonna slam an Archdruid this turn and attack for 7 or something. So this is not looking too badly for Tim here. Doesn't look like Lyndon has a Bolt or a Terminate to interact with that.
Also with Lyndon being tapped out here as well.
Yeah.
So Shrine activation, it looks like, or just casting a guy.
Yeah. Trigger.
Once again, trigger, gaining a life.
And bash for 7.
Yeah.
That's pretty nice tempo swing for Tim here.
Just put Lyndon on the back foot.
Yeah.
And now that Satcaster is nothing but a a big blocker, as he's
Yeah.
not going to be able to ping those guys. Linden obviously assessing his options at this point. Does have to interact with his Elvis Archdruid, otherwise he's leaving free mana up. The Azuri is obviously in the fourth run of the mind, just where like Splinter Twin is a combo. Azuri can be quite powerful. Obviously, there's just a bit more mana involved. Oh, has he ripped it off the top? No, he's going to Colligan's Command.
Yeah, so Linden kind of jumping back in this game. It's been very back and forth because he's going to Colligan's Command. He's going to kill that Archdruid and make Tim discard a card. And then he's going to tap and kill one of his elves. So it's really back and forth jockeying for position here in this game.
Yep. Obviously, Linden's life total is under pressure though, so the beats are coming.
Yeah, definitely.
Tim obviously deciding how he wants to interact, or if he can interact.
I think he's choosing what to discard here.
Yep. Yep.
Wouldn't be the best feeling from Linden because Tim's thinking so hard about what to discard. Both of his cards must be pretty good.
Yeah. A lot of decisions to be made here. Very important at this point.
Yeah. Tim is definitely one to, in high stake magic like this, is definitely one to think through every single option.
Going deep into the tank.
Yeah. Looks like he's decided. Discard the Thrun. Interesting.
All right then.
Linden have a little laugh at that Thrun. Going to the graveyard there.
That's very interesting, obviously, because is it Satacast is going to remove his dudes, and Thrun is he could have taken the turn off. I suppose the Mana Dork is probably the next one to get pinged by the Staticaster. And obviously Nettle Sentinel does not untap. And
yeah, so if he kept that Thrun,
you could have cast it this turn, and
yeah,
it's
that would have been
quite a large beater.
Yeah.
The other card in hand must be pretty good then.
It's probably a court of calling a collect company, I would assume.
Alright then. So it's moved to the combat step apparently at this point. Alright, and alright then, and just end turn. Alright then, that's very interesting. Alright, this must be collected company. Here we go.
Does Linden have the Dispel? He does not. Here we go.
No.
This is...
And then lets that resolve very quickly there. Nil Sentinel untaps, obviously, in response to collected company.
So what can he find? This might have been a miss. Oh, looks like he's found Azuri. I think that's it. I think he's just found Azuri and a bunch of instants and lands.
Yeah. That's very awkward with the 34 creatures in the deck there.
Yeah. That's it.
Very interesting on Tim's side that he's not playing any of the Dryad Arbors to go and find for early ramp through anything like that.
Yeah,
I suppose with Greensun Zenith being banned, though obviously it's not as
it's not quite as
not
powerful.
the same.
Dryad Arbor is an elf, is it?
It is not an elf.
Yeah.
No, it's I think it is a Dryad.
Yeah, right.
Just fishing back and forth here. Obviously, Linden running out his guys slowly. It's going to target Colligan's Command.
Caster Colligan's Command can be pretty devastating here.
Very awkward for Tim, unfortunately.
Again, a very back and forth game here.
Yeah, and once again, 2 damage and discard. So Tim has nothing to discard, I believe. Tim with very diminishing returns, unfortunately. Alright, so collected company was discarded, so very awkward.
Yeah, Colligan's Command is quite the card. Tim having a think. What's he drawn?
Linden obviously interacting at the most critical of points of this here, so definitely getting through. Even though he is behind on the life total, his board state is fairly strong.
Yeah, I think Linden's. It's been very back and forth, but I think at this point Linden is a favourite to win this game. It depends on what this is, I guess.
Tim thinking long and hard about his options here.
He's like to attack.
Oh, he's just going to attack. That's interesting. So you got Path to Exile? Linden just selecting just to Staticaster it.
Yeah.
Alright then,
That was interesting.
Spellskite. It was interesting. Maybe trying to bait the block from the Snapcaster Mage or something? I'm not sure exactly.
Yeah.
Yep. Just another land drop from Linden's side and then pass it back. Obviously unable to attack through this Spellskite now.
Yes,
it's actually quite a strong rip there for Tim, and was powerful to get it out when Linden was tapped out.
Yeah, the thing about playing Spellskite and other kind of hard to exile cards like that is you really do dilute the actual main game plan of the deck, which is, play creatures and attack.
Combo, that's correct.
But I guess it's a necessary evil to fight the Splinter Twin.
So in turn, Linden is fetching and shuffling up here, obviously trying to just minimise his draw on lands. It'd be interesting to see if he's left the Liver of Voldaren in there at this point, as it is an invasive beater over the top of the Spellskite. So
I'm interested to see if he's actually taken that Splinter Twin. I think he has. I think the fact that he saw Path to Exile and a bunch of other kind of interactive stuff from Tim, I think it just means he just takes it out. Doesn't really care. He just attacks with Snapcasters and Olivia.
Yeah. Goes to a very control game plan rather than a...
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Obviously, if he does that as well, he might be boarding out all his... Well, he's not boarding out all his big dudes, but he's, so he may not even bring in the, the Anger of the Gods.
Wow, big collector company here.
Potentially. We'll see what's going to happen on Linden's side, whether or not he has a counterspell.
As a cryptic command looks like. Yep.
Yep.
Cryptic.
And so that's counter draw, obviously.
Yep.
And the creature's going to trade. And he's going to terminate the Spellskite as well. End of turn.
It's a big tempo here for Linden.
Yep. Now, is it Staticaster able to ping just creatures, or is it players as well?
It's just creatures, yeah.
Just creatures, alright.
One of the downsides is basically if you don't have any creatures, just sitting there doing nothing.
Alright, and this does give Linden some options here with the Desolate Lighthouse. And he slams the Tasiga. This is going to close out the game very quickly, unless Tim can find some answers.
Tim is in quite a bit of trouble.
And Tim is sitting on 0 cards in hand, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, so it was a great, it was a top deck as well, apparently. We see here from Linden to crash into Tim. Very interesting. We'll see whether or not Tim can get back in the game here. Looking for probably some more collected companies, but even then, Linden does have a lot of counterspell magic up.
Yeah, there isn't a lot Tim can draw here that'll pull him out of this. Collected companies is his best card, but even that, it's just like, I think he showed us that. I think it was a Nykthos, so not the best at this point in the game.
Very awkward draw there.
Yeah, he does have 2 Nykthos in the deck, just because the first one is usually pretty good, but the second one is really not what you want.
Do need to find those at some point. Alright, is he passed back here? So in turn, Linden is going to Lighthouse.
Linden's going to draw, discard, and then untap, attack for 4, and then do
Tim
that.
does have a bit of time left. He's got 25 life to play with, so let's see whether or not you can find some sort of top deck action. I think Tim was playing a bit of mind games, a bit of bluff
Yeah,
here.
looks like
There we
it.
go. No, it's not a lighthouse activation. Sorry, it was a Tasiga activation there. So when there's tipped 2 cards into the bin and he's been given back, I missed what that was. Or is Tim deciding here?
Looks like a Grim Lavamancer and a Serum Visions.
I think it might be a lightning bolt.
Or a Lightning Bolt. Okay, it was a Lightning Bolt, yeah. So it just gives him back Serum Visions.
Yep.
It's the least impactful card.
Tim just reminding Lynn there that he's sitting on 1 card.
Yeah. Trying to make that very obvious. I don't think Lyndon's buying it though.
Does Beast Within buy him a bit of time here if he has brought that in?
It does, but I think he would have. I don't know. Maybe he would have cast it
already. All right then.
I think so, but
into all the mana up though. I'm not sure about that.
yeah. So Lyndon just going through the motions to finish this game off, basically.
Just leaving as its Satacaster up to handle any dorks, and then obviously Tasiga's the beatdown plan.
Yeah.
Serum Visions there, which he was able to buy back from his Tasiga. So just looking for some more quality cards. Doesn't like both of those. Probably more lands that he doesn't need. Attacks with his Tasiga.
Tim again.
Yeah.
Showing him the 1 card he has in hand. It's very scary.
Mind you, there is a number of Path to Exile still to be drawn from Tim's side. That can buy him a bit of time, obviously. And obviously, is it Satacaster is a 0-3, is that correct?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so yeah, if he does remove that Tasiga, there's not a lot of beats coming from the other side.
Yeah.
Tim draws. Potentially looking for that Elvish Visionary as well, just to allow him to dig a bit deeper.
Yeah, Elvish Visionary wouldn't be terrible here.
Nice Druid, just to get in the way maybe. Does have a bit of time to play with though. Does Lyndon let this resolve? Snapcaster. Yeah. It's him playing around with it here. Snapcaster targets.
Lightning Bolt.
Yep.
Wants to leave the Cryptic Command in his graveyard there.
Buy back on the Tasiga. Yep. Just increasing the beats here. So attacks. 6 damage to Tim now. Takes it to 15. Only 3 turns away. Does feel very inevitable, unfortunately, for Tim.
It does, yeah. I don't think there's anything he can draw at this point. Path to Exile will buy him some time, but Lyndon has so many cards in hand. A Desolate Lighthouse and a Tasiga and just so much going on his side of the board. He has enough to activate Tasiga twice here if he chooses to do that.
Does he have to fear the Collector Company though at the end of turn? Otherwise, yep.
I'm not sure he even care. Really, like what can he really get?
Yeah. He just tips 2 lands into the bin, it looks like.
Yeah.
Is he just going to give him back that Serum Visions again?
Probably. Maybe like Terminate or something just to make it dead, but I can't imagine he gives him back Cryptic Command. Tim's still having to think, and he eventually decides.
Serum Visions, yeah. Untap on the inside. Only activates Tasiga once. Just more attacks. 6 damage coming in. Crash. Tim goes down again.
So Lyndon, if he has a bolt or something, or maybe not a Snapcaster, but a bolt, he can just bolt end of turn, then it's lethal next turn. So Lyndon is not very far away from ending this game and going on to the finals.
Yeah. Yeah, just passing the turn back, I think. Yep. Tim has a look at his cards. Trying to see what both of them have here.
Lyndon,
see
as
what-
always, keeping his hand concealed. Plays land, passes a turn.
Turn. Yeah.
Yeah, Lyndon just
Lyndon
going to
once
activate
again. Tassiger activation. Tips another land and a Serum Visions into the bin. Gets back another Serum Visions.
He's just going to untap.
Now is Desolate Lighthouse, is that discard first or draw first?
It's draw
So
first,
draw
so
first,
it is,
alright then.
yeah,
So it's
loot.
not rummage, it is loot, alright then.
If he found a bolt here, I don't
Yep.
think there's any reason just to...
Just
not-
attack and
yeah, not to bolt.
bolts.
Maybe not. Maybe he has to wait another turn.
Really hoping for Tim to give him that back out of the bin. Just very slowly going through the motions here. Almost done, basically, it feels like.
Yeah, there's no reason
like
really to
probably-
rush
yeah.
anything. He's got 6 cards to hand or something. He's just so
Yeah.
far ahead. He's going to draw. What's he found? Don't slow roll us. What do you got? I don't think he's found it.
Yeah.
He just passed
One
back.
tap, pass back.
Lyndon's just going to attack.
See what Tim
Yeah,
finds here.
found the
Collected Company.
He's got the dispel.
So,
There's the
alright,
handshake.
and it's all over. Alright. Well done to Lyndon there. Played very conservatively, very effectively though, obviously.
Yeah.
You've got to obviously respect the combo of elves, where it can be a fast kill sometimes. Man, did that static cast do work? It just very slowly blocked and whittled down the attackers there. Some very timely Colligan's commands and other things though from Lyndon on that side, just to be able to interact with the critical components and also forcing the discard.
Yeah, that fourth game was very, very swingy. It was like Tim had these turn 3 Elvish Archdruid and attack for 7, and it looked like he was on the back foot, and then he timely Colligan's command into a snapcast into Colligan's command.
So just being advised, we will have an interview with unfortunately the runner-up there, Tim. We'll be able to discuss with him what sort of happened and where he went wrong. So that was very sort of interactive and interesting Magic.
Yeah, there were some good games. I think the twin deck, especially the Grixis version, is favoured there with all the bolts and the terminates and the Colligan's commands. It's a lot for the elves deck to handle. So
yeah, understandable.
That's how that played out. Yeah.
All right, and so Lyndon is now onto the finals, and he will be paired up against the winner out of either Jono or from Ricky, and once again, just looking at the top 8 bracket here. Yeah, so I believe Jono is carrying across with his Merfolk theme, and Ricky, I believe, has jump decks. So he has moved from the Infect across to
Black-white tokens.
Black-white tokens.
Yep.
All right, so we do have Tim in the room now, and I'll pass Tim over to Ethan to have a quick interview.
Sure.
All right.
G'day, how's it going?
There. How are you? Take a seat.
Thanks very much.
Take it off with it.
Yep.
Got a little bit of muck around here to
That
go,
was
but
an
that's all right.
interesting game right
That,
there.
that was that last game.
That was very swingy. What were you thinking with those opening hands in your especially in your first 3 games?
First 3 games, opening hand. Yeah, that first opening hand, it's always that risk of whether you're going to hit a land drop and keep going off, or whether you can keep that one land hand with just an elf. If he lightning bolts that elf and I play it, then the hand's bust because I can't do anything else.
Exactly.
It's way too risky. So I think that's definitely a mulligan. But sometimes it pays off, but 30%, that's about it.
I mean, you kept another one-lander in the other games.
But I had more mana elves then, and
Right.
I also had more bait. I think the interesting thing is I was trying to do the bait with the Nettle Sentinel. So play first turn Nettle Sentinel, and he took it every time. It's amazing he had a lightning bolt every hand,
You did, yeah.
which was really key. I think the mistake I made in the end was that last, I'm sure there's plenty more, but the one I can recognise is that last game doing the Thrun instead of the Coco. That was a key decision, whether I keep the Coco or play the Thrun. And I think that just shows my inexperience with playing Thrun, because that's probably the card I really should have kept that turn. That hand.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's right. So anyway, I've learnt from that.
Yeah.
We'll see you next time, hey? This is what it costs you.
Yeah. That last game especially was very swingy. Like you played that I thought you played very well. I thought the second turn when you played the 3 elves instead of playing the third turn Elvish Archdruid.
Yep.
So you could go third turn Elvish Archdruid and then attack for 7.
Yep.
And it was a massive swing in the game, and he just had the Colligans command. It just snapcast the Colligans command.
That was it, wasn't it? That was that key as
Yeah.
well. So there's so many points in the game. It was really fun though. Lyndon's a very good player, so I'm really pleased that I even got a game off him because I think Twins are a tough matchup. You have to get it right.
Yeah.
There's no looseness is allowed.
Yeah, we're talking about whether or not he took out the actual combo against you. Did you talk to him about it or you didn't?
No, I didn't.
Okay, yeah. We're not shocked because we didn't see any of he comboed in the first game, but that was basically it. He just
There was a time, I think, later on in one of the games where he twinned, and then so he did do it on a later game. He twinned and I spell skited just for fun, just to try it and see what happened.
Yeah.
And then he, terminated the spell skite in response. So it was in there. Maybe he dropped it to 3 or 2.
Yeah, maybe
so
he
it went off.
cut some number.
Yeah, and I kind of noticed that. So I actually cited in 3 paths on that second game, and then I actually removed 1 because I thought that second game when I had 3 paths in my hand, they were just stuck there.
Yeah.
And I realised that and went, yeah, that was too much. So I'll probably make that change and go down to 2 paths. But I think path is still a key card.
Yeah.
And there was also that decision whether to path and give him that 4th land. There was a lot of game in there, and I wondered, do I give him that 4th land or not? And I held the path because I thought I'm not going to die here, but there's always that risk. It keeps going.
That is the downside of playing cards like Path to Exile and a Thrun as well. Is it really takes away from your ability to basically just play a bunch of guys and attack.
Yep.
And you're playing Path to Exile and
Yep.
other kind of interactive spells like kind of the necessary evil.
Yeah, that's right. But I think it's worthwhile having path. I like the white. It's interesting. People were going to start, and there was a big play on playing the black. I haven't really played the black splash in the elves.
Mm-hmm.
And I haven't really seen it come out in the tournament scene, so I think the path is still solid, but it's worth probably exploring with the black-green elves and see where that goes.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Tim. Unlucky there, but it was a good game. It was quite entertaining.
Great.
Still, top 4 is pretty good.
It is. I'm very pleased.
Yeah.
Good result. So thanks for having me, and I hope you enjoyed it.
No worries.
Cheers.
Alright, once again, Saturday the 19th of September, we do have a preliminary PTQ at the Celtic Club in Melbourne. Who's it run by?
So Good Games in Melbourne was presenting the pre-PTQ. So thanks very much to them for their support in this. Also you will have some live coverage by Sneak and Show once again at these events.
As well as the Mox Highlander and the WMCQ are the same.
So we do encourage you, if you are in the area, just obviously to get down and to support your local gaming stores and obviously to support the website. All right. So I think we are ready with the other half of the bracket here, where we have Ricky Wilcox, who is on the black-white tokens.
Yep.
Playing Jono, who is on his favoured Merfolk decks. All right, then.
So what do you think of this matchup?
So I've not experienced this matchup myself, so it should be very interesting. Ricky does have quite a number of blockers, and obviously not playing Islands. Is not as susceptible as like the Twin or Grixis type decks to just the straight beatdown by all the Lords.
Yeah.
Johnny does have the interaction though. Obviously, he can turn off Ricky's. He does have the the Vault of the Archangels and some of the other deck, black white cards through was it Spreading Seas to turn those off?
Yeah, Spreading Seas. Yeah.
Yep. So we do have an opening hand here from Jono, which he is showing for us. We do have some Cavernous Souls. I missed the most of that, unfortunately.
It looks like a one-lander, or maybe
no, there was another island.
Yeah,
there.
it's 2. Okay.
Yep.
It looks like a pretty solid hand.
Ricky was unhappy with his 7. He's shuffled up and going again here. So 6 the best there on that side. Alright, and Ricky just counting him out, make sure he's got it correct. And this will be a surprise, as it is a change. So Jono Island go.
Yeah, I'm sure Jono was expecting him to be on Infect, 'cause that's what he was on for the whole rest of the tournament, but I'm sure he'll be surprised by that Marsh Flats there.
Jono obviously sandbagging the Cabinet Souls. Straight away into Silvergale Adept, revealing Miro Regery.
So Jono has been very successful with this Merfolk deck. He was top of the league. Was the first seed, so he'll be on the. He was obviously on the play in this game.
There will be some powerful interactions on Ricky's side, as he does have access to things like Path to Exile, Zealous Persecution can kill all those 1-drops, like the 1 toughness creatures like your.
Yep.
But obviously, it can be blown out later, obviously, by the you're obviously all the Lorder type effects.
Yeah.
Right.
Just a heads up, Ricky does play with his graveyard basically towards him. So the Marsh Fight's down there. Towards Ricky, that's his graveyard, and his battlefield is in front of it.
And the creatures in between.
Yeah, and he plays with the creatures, lands in front of his creatures. So.
Alright then. Land passed back. So we've got the Fetid Heath and the Godless Shrine on Ricky's side. No creatures yet, or no tokens, should we say?
Yeah, it's a bit of a slow start for him. I think I saw a Sorin in there and probably some more lands, but it's not the best start he would be hoping for here, I don't think.
Alright.
I think ideally wants like a hand attack spell, so a Thoughtseize or Inquisition on the first couple of turns, and then maybe like raise the alarm, and then spectral procession or lingering souls on turn like 3 and 4, and secure the waste as his basically finisher. Tap out for an turn and then attack for a bunch.
All right then. So that is a new addition to this type of deck, or this type of tech for this meta. So that is quite a strong inclusion.
Yeah. Secure the waste seems pretty good.
All right, so onto Jono's third turn here. Not missing on land drops, which is quite powerful for the tempo deck. And he's going to cast a Spreading Seas, allowing his future lords to obviously walk straight through there. Also with the land, like the creatures and spells that Jono is playing, they do not cost him any resource in hand, as he gets to draw a card of each of them individually.
Looks like Ricky is looking at a Zealous Persecution here. So yeah, it looks like he's gonna have a go at that and basically just 1-for-1 with the Silvergill Adept.
Alright then. Depends on what Ricky's land base is like. Obviously, it could be caught within hand, as it is black-white casting cost. But,
yeah. If Ricky doesn't have any more lands here, it could be problematic. One of his lands being an island.
Is Jono thinking about interacting here? What does he have in the way of interactive spells?
So he has Vapor Snag.
Yeah. Is he only running any sort of main deck hate that we can see?
As well as, so he's got 2 Vapor Snag, 2 Spell Pierce, 3 Dismember, 4 Spreading Seas, and then
quite a number of creatures to follow.
Yeah, basically the 4 Aether Vial and a bunch of Merfolk.
Sometimes it is quite reasonable just to Vapor Snag your own dude and cost yourself that 1 life just to save the body, obviously, because the resources are quite valuable in the tempo type deck.
Yeah.
And always recast them anyway.
Yeah, also Silvergill Adept drew him a card, so
yeah, that's correct.
Draw more cards. So Isolated Chapel will come into play tapped, as that Godless Shrine is not a plains or a swamp.
Yep. And Ricky's going to pass back. Obviously no threats on Jono's side though, so Ricky quite happy just to trade up a little bit here. Once again, that Silvergill Adept revealing that same Miro Regery, draw a card, and he's drawn a Master of Waves off that. And is that a Disrupting Shoal that I can see in hand, or is that just...
I'm not sure.
I don't believe so.
No, it's not. No, it's not Disrupting Shoals.
Alright, so Aether Vial on Jono's side does give him access to some mana. Ricky is just going to run out the Lingering Souls, quite a powerful card in this matchup, as it does give him access to quite a number of creatures which can freely trade generally, as long as there's not that island on one side. Alright, Jono just going through the motions here in Merfolk, ticking up the vials, drawing cards.
So if he has a 5th land here, it can go Mirror Regery plus Lord of Atlantis and attack for 4, that would be. So that wouldn't be a terrible turn.
Does leave him tapped out though, just in case there are any sort of interactive spells on Ricky's side.
It does, yeah. So you can play the Mirror Regery,
No, but as you said, yeah, straight into that,
Yep.
straight into the beats. Eventually, the beats will come. So yeah, Miro Reedry plays
Trigger. He's going to untap
Trigger.
his island. Oh,
Oh, very powerful.
there
So
you
it
go.
gives him-
And he's still got the Dismember up in his hand.
Yep. Attacking for 4 power, I believe here. Is that correct? Yep. Island, so unblockable, attacks through. Ricky will go to 15. Ricky, very much so playing his spells, one at a time here, very soft mark. He has missed some land drops as well, so it does make it a bit more difficult. He's just reading through the
Double checking each different
Yeah,
Merfolk,
okay.
seeing what they do. Yeah, his Merfolk deck can kind of just come out of nowhere and just play, 2 Lords in one turn, attack for a bunch, and then they each
put
pump.
the pressure down. That's correct.
Yeah, exactly. And they each pump each other, so they've all got Island Walk, and I guess the Lord of Atlantis doesn't have Island Walk, but does it get flying from the Mirror Regery? I believe
Say
it
again?
does. Does Mirror Regery give
Does not give Island Walk, no.
does
So
it give flying?
No, it just gives all other Merfolk +1/+1.
Okay, right.
So very interesting. We do see on Ricky's side though there is a one of worship in the main deck, so that is quite interesting.
Yeah, I was very curious about what that was
yeah.
for.
Yeah, so Ricky here just slow rolling his lands, deciding what spells to cast. Is left with some very difficult choices as he is able to block this Lord of Atlantis because it does not give Island Walk to itself, but he is going to. What is that he's casting there? Is
I'm not sure. Is it Dismember? I think it's Dismember.
Yeah, that's correct. It is a promo Dismember. There we go. And he's casting another Lingering Souls straight out of the hand, not flashing it back, and gets another 2 Dorks. So I think he did take some life there from the Dismember. So
he should be 11.
Yeah, so just to reconfirm, Mirror Reedry is other Merfolk you control get 1/1, and whenever you play a Merfolk spell, you may tap or untap target permanent. So very powerful interactions with Ether Vial there. Also some interactions on your opponent's side. Alright, so
I'm confused as to how Ricky is at 9. Didn't he take 4 from the Dismember, putting him to 11 from 15? Is that correct?
I did shock him.
I'm missing something.
He shocked
with the Godless Shrine. Yep.
With the Godless Shrine. Alright, so
he's under a bit of pressure here. He's at 9 life with
Does have a board state though, and everything is now blockable, but it is going to cost him a fair amount of resource to do so. This could be the final finisher though. Jono runs out the Master of Waves. Does give him a number of elementals here.
Looks like 3.
Just trying to push the damage through.
Yeah.
Yep. And just going to move everything into screen here.
Yep.
Interesting enough, Master of Waves not as well protected in this matchup as it is normally. As the
protection from red.
Protection from red, that's correct. He's going to tap down one of these spirits though. No attack from Jono's side. Looks like is he passing back? Is that right? Or
I think he's thinking.
Yep.
Dismember also not particularly effective against Lingering Souls that creates 2/1/1 tokens.
Yep.
I can imagine Dismember coming out in this matchup. Post board.
Yeah, not many big targets there.
Yeah. So he's thinking about his attacks here.
If it is anything at all.
So he attacks with the Silvergill Adept and the Regery.
You remember
possibly.
everything is blockable here though as well.
Yeah.
There are no lords to make his guys have Island Walk.
So then he could so Ricky could block 2 on the Regery and 1 on the Silvergill Adept, and they'd all trade, so
so the Silvergill Adept is still a 3/2 though because of the Lord effects.
When the Regery dies, it'd be a
2/1. Oh yeah, that's correct. We'll see what happens here.
So he just chooses to attack with the Adept, and Ricky's just going to take it. Down to 6. Maybe.
No, just trying to assess.
He's just
trying to think. Obviously doesn't want to give up all his resources. Looks like Ricky is doing some maths there.
Assessing life totals.
Yep.
Jono very passive, just watching, waiting.
Do we know if Ricky does have another Zealous Persecution in hand? Because that can be a blowout in this situation with only one Lord on the board.
Can't quite see his hand,
Yeah.
but that would be quite the card. So he did just take it.
Just takes the
down to
damage.
6.
Alright then.
Interesting. Has a think. He's gonna lay a land. Vault of the Archangel. Wow. Okay.
So it does give him some game in
Some
getting
resilience.
that life back.
Yeah.
This depends whether or not Jono has that Lord in hand, make his guys unblockable there.
I can't imagine he has one now because he would have vialed it out, I think. But
Potentially could have only vialed it if he did try and interact. Obviously, he could be sandbagging until end of turn,
he could,
and obviously be able to attack with it. Attack with the benefit. I'm not sure. Does Ricky just hold up the Vault of the Archangel here? Is he just trying to just gain back that life and potentially block for some amount of value? Is that the correct decision, or is he just going to?
looks like he's going to cast another Lingering Souls
again?
Yeah.
He's not casting them with flashback, which is interesting. No, he is casting with flashback, and he's leaving the mana up there. It looks like, or is he doing both? He's doing both. Sorry, yeah. So he's casting and flashing it back. So he gets another 4 guys. This does give him quite a number of blockers on board to cover. So long as there is not a Lord on Jono's side, he should be safe. Otherwise, Island Walk does end the game. Obviously, Jono not flashing anything in with his vial, so could potentially be safe there for another turn.
Interesting leaving the vial on 2 as well.
That's correct. So there is a number of like 3 and 4 drops between Master of the Waves and the Lords.
Yeah.
I think the Lords are the most common number though, so obviously maybe looking to save it for those.
Yeah.
Or even another Silver Gill Adept where you can just draw another card.
Yeah, I think if he doesn't have another Merfolk in hand, I think you want to leave it on 2 so you can actually just vial out the Adept and draw a card even without a Merfolk in hand. Ricky having a look at the completely unprotected Master of Waves in this matchup.
He's going to attack with the Elemental team here. So they're all 2/1s at this point. Is he going to just trade resources here?
I believe I saw a Siren in Ricky's hand earlier in the game, so I think that's what he's setting up for. Is just getting a huge team. He's going to slam a Siren and gain a bunch of life. Solemn Visitor, that is.
Alright, so the new Siren, yeah?
Yeah.
So that is gain lifelink and +1/+0 to end of turn, is that correct?
That's correct.
Not to end of turn, till your next turn.
Till your next turn,
Till your next
yeah.
turn, that's right, you have it during their turn as well.
Exactly. So it could be potentially devastating.
Another isolated chapel on Ricky's side there. And as you were saying, here comes that Siren, it looks like.
Yeah.
And just electing to tap his blue mana there.
Yeah.
And is he going up, and he's going to flash back another Lingering Souls as well.
So he's gonna flash back, and then he's gonna plus.
Yep.
So I'd imagine he just attacks with all his guys. He gets in for 10 damage, and then he's got 2 1 lifelink bodies back to block. He's gonna attack with everything.
All right then. Very strong there. We'll see what Jono can do if he can interact. I don't think he can.
He does have a Dismember, but that'd be
so there's no spell pierce on Jono's side either for the Siren, but Ricky did have the mana up to pay for it. So
yeah. So he's going to
dismember. He is just going to dismember.
Paying 2 life.
He's going to remove one of them. Just see if he can keep them in check. Did Jono have another Vapor Snag in hand or not? Because he can bounce that Master and play it again, but he get some more guys.
I don't think he did. So
alright then. So Ricky gaining.
Looks like damage is going to occur. Ricky will gain 8.
8.
John
Yep.
will take 8. If they let damage happen. John is still having a think, doing some
Just doing the
maths.
maths. Cannot block these guys either. All flying all the time. Very evasive. He's going to do it again. He's double dismembering here, so he's paying all the life. See if he can get through this.
He's just trying to prevent as much life gain as he can, I think. Because, yeah.
Yep.
Looks like he's taking 6 going to 7 and Ricky's gaining 6 going to 12. So what's Jono hoping to draw here?
He's really just hoping on a Lord. With that island on the other side of the board, it does give him unblocked attackers, so it will prevent any more life gain. But does it provide enough power to the board as well, though?
Looks like that was a mirror wagery, so he could...
It does not give Island Walker, unfortunately.
No.
It does tap down one of his tokens, though, but they would still trade with... would they? No, they would not trade. It would... just trying to think about that. Yeah, because it's only a 2 power guy.
Yeah, so he could play that, tap one down, and then attack some number at Soren and some number at Ricky.
Does need to remove Soren at some point.
I think at this point you have to send everyone at Soren. Because if you just attack him, he just chumps, gains 2, goes to 14, and then he's got 8 power and flying with Soren. Soren giving them all +1, +0, of course.
Difficult decisions here. We'll see what he says. And he is attacking everything at Soren.
Everything at Soren.
Everything at Soren. Here we go. Will Ricky block?
There's no trade, and I don't think he's desperate to gain 2 life here, so I don't think there's any reason to block. Soren will die either way.
How many lingering souls are left in the bin? There's just 1 left there now.
Yeah, it's just 1 lingering souls. So even after that huge Soren attack, this game is going to be quite close.
Alright, so Ricky is doing the maths on this. Is he going to try and protect it? I suppose he does lose the benefit of the lifelink, but there's no value there. He does just lose his body. Doesn't mean he has remained with 5 1/1 flyers though. And Jono is just building up a board state. He will not block. Soren will die. Jono is out of range of the no, he
another
just slams
oh
another
my
Soren.
goodness.
Wow.
I think that's
Very powerful. Is that a top deck as well, or is that out of hand?
Yeah, that's it.
Yep.
Ricky will take game 1 off the back of Soren Stolen Visitor.
Double Sorens do get there. Alright.
That's probably why he has 3 in his list.
Yep. Alright, so as we're shuffling up, we're going to look at sideboards, see what they do have for each other's decks here. So first we're going to have a quick look at Jono, who did finish on top of the league. So on his sideboard we have some Chalice of the Voids, Grafdigger's Cages, some Spell Skites, Tidebender Mages, Dispels, Mana Leak, Spell Pierce, and Vapor Snags. Very sort of concise sort of sideboard, some Dispel magic, some interaction for the main hate, and some sort of blocking type cards. So what do you think is the best sideboard tech here?
I think against basically all of Ricky's creatures are sorceries, or in instance, in the form of tokens. So I think Spell Pierce is in. I don't think there's really much else for him. I mean, Dispel can get like a Path or a Dismember or a Zealous Persecution. So maybe some Dispels. Probably not Vapor Snag, just because they're all tokens from his opponent. Chalice, no. Grafdigger's Cage, I don't think so. Spell Sky doesn't really do much.
Grafdigger's Cage, does that prevent spells being cast from in the graveyard? That does block the flashback on the Lingering Souls there.
Yeah, it does. Okay. Yeah. So
potentially.
Okay. Yeah, potentially Grafdigger's Cage. Otherwise, yeah, just basically Spell Pierce, Dispel. Minor League is interesting. It depends on how he wants to play the matchup, I think.
Ricky is very concentrated on the low mana curve here, so he could bring in potentially some Chalice of the Voids and try and lock those out. But I'm not sure whether or not that is the best plan, as it does obviously interact with his own deck as well.
Yeah.
Things to come out though is probably things like Tidebinder Mages. Would you board out the Curse Catchers, or do you think they're at least interactive in the deck?
I think they're interactive enough that you can counter.
Those.
Yeah, I think Curse Catchers are fine. Yeah.
The spell Skies by itself, it's probably okay to leave in, as Ricky is probably going to board in some more Disruption. Alright, so we're going to go and look at Ricky's sideboard now. So his sideboard consists of Burning Forge Tender, Dismembers, more Zealous Persecutions, Duress, Ghostly Prison, Timely Reinforcements, and some Stony Silences. So also a very concise sort of sideboard, lots of 2-ofs. So the Burnt and Forge Tender probably not coming in here, probably very good in the burn matchup though.
Yeah.
Dismembers are quite reasonable here, especially with a substantial amount of black mana.
I think so, yeah.
Remove the just the lords themselves. Zealous Persecution can lead to some serious blowouts, especially with correct blocking. Do the Duresses come in? There's a lot of creatures, and I think Jono might be sideboarding out some of his actual spells, so I'm not sure that they're actually that great.
No Duress.
Is Ghostly Prison...
Prison is interesting.
It's very sort of like counterintuitive, right?
Yeah.
Between all his tokens, is that only if they're attacking you, or is it if you're attacking as well?
Pretty sure it's attacking you. So I think it's one-sided. Yeah.
Okay then. So that's not a bad in here, especially if he has to pay for all these big dudes. But obviously, Jono may only need 1 or 2 to get through to be able to get the beats done.
Yeah.
Timely Reinforcements probably quite strong here. Does buy him a couple of turns with gaining life, and he may be behind on creatures as well.
I think so,
After
yeah.
a massive block, and then just cast Timely Reinforcements and fill up your board again and gain the life. Is the Stony Silence, is that necessary here with just the Aether Vial?
Just the Aether Vial. I can't imagine it is.
No, alright then.
No.
I'll leave that one out.
Yeah.
So that's sort of how we would sideboard ourselves. Very interesting for Jono there, being like the top seed and still losing though. Obviously he did not see like the lords that he would normally see. Like he did see the what was it, the Miro Regeries, but he didn't get the Island Walk, which he did have up from an early turn.
Yeah.
A little bit unlucky there. So the things that Ricky would probably board out, what would he take out in this matchup?
I don't think this is a matchup for Worship.
No, taking this one out?
I think there are times where Worship can be good, and I don't think this is one of them. The rest of them don't seem terrible. Like, he's not actually bringing in a lot. I think he's bringing in 2 Dismembers and a Zealous Persecution at most, I think.
Yep. Alright then. So the Secure the Waste would stay in, yes?
I think so,
okay.
yeah. Secure the Waste seems
just
fine.
the finisher.
Yep.
Alright then. Just waiting for them to basically shuffle up and see where they're up to, basically.
I think Vapor Snake comes out for Jono as well. Just,
Alright,
you know.
so good. Is there anything else you would take out there? Like, do you think the Kira's are good still?
I think Kira's fine. Tidebinder Mage comes out, Vapor Snake comes out.
And the Spellskite, leave that in?
It depends on how much he's bringing in, I think.
Yep.
It's really a kind of balancing act between how much you want to bring in and stuff.
Yeah, understandable. Alright then. So Ricky just looking to pressure the board. Obviously both of them running a very similar game plan, but under very different colours, obviously.
Exactly.
Looking to just play a lot of type of Lord effects and trying to push through that damage. Sorin Solemn is a very powerful card there, and obviously like allowing him to buy the win, on the back of one into the other.
Oh yeah.
Very, very like strong plays. What are the other effects on Sorin there? Is like his minus is to create a token, is that correct?
He can make a vampire token,
token?
And then the -6 is something. Opponent's upkeep, like sacrifice creature or something like that.
Alright, that could be quite powerful if it ever gets that far.
If we get to that point, exactly.
Alright.
I'm not sure about the hand disruption for Ricky. It really depends on if he wants to be the controller, he wants to be the aggro in this matchup.
I think he'd be quite powerful in the early turns, especially with Thoughtseize and Inquisition of Kozilek, being able to take any of those early turn creatures or preventing that spreading seas to disrupt his mana base, and also provide Jono with the island to be able to walk through there.
Yeah. So not a lot of sideboarding actually for these two decks.
Not too much. I don't think it'll be seen them going back anytime quickly. So it is very sort of draw dependent, to see whether or not they would keep the most optimal hand.
Yeah, it seems like it. If either deck can kind of get a good start, it can really blow the game out.
Yeah.
So should be interesting matches.
Yeah. All right. Once again, just a shout out to Sneak and Show. Obviously, they do have a website up, obviously, to make sure if you are attending any of these most recent events, obviously, to potentially look at buying your cards from there. Also, handy playmats and other things. So they've drawn the 7. Straight away, we can see Ricky has brought in the Duress. Very interesting there. All right, and not happy with the Duress in hand, though. Joe looks at his 7, and I believe he's going to keep Ricky on the mull, using the sleeves which come with the deck here a little bit. Very interesting, very eccentric.
Yeah. So I guess John was happy with his hand, and Ricky again was not.
It's very favourable to the player that is on the play here as well. Is that correct?
I think so.
With it being very aggressive type decks, it depends how well you're going to be able to interact.
Yeah, Jono having a first turn Eighth of Isle could really push his advantage a lot further.
Damage through, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yep. Alright, Ricky with his 6 now, and just counting him out. Alright.
Just gonna have a look.
Oh, what is that?
Looks like a proxy.
Oh, it's a proxy, alright then. That's right, this is a proxy league, so
Can't
we do get
see
those.
there's one land.
So one land?
He has a Windswept Heath and a bunch of spells, it looks like.
There's some
We'll find out what that
alarms.
proxy is.
Yeah. And so it could be Dismember, we think. Alright, so Jono leads with the Curse Catcher.
So Ricky did keep that one lander, so this could, if Ricky doesn't find a second land, this could be not much of a game.
No, was it a Orboros, is that correct? Cloud in the Palace or something? Is it just to protect
Oboro,
yeah. There we go. Yeah, and that's just to protect the islands, is that right?
I think so,
from Boyle.
Yeah, something like that. I think it's also
just
just like an untapped blue source that doesn't get hit by so 2 and a green, the islands don't untap.
Oh, the choke.
That's it, choke. That's the one, yep. So
alright then. I don't think we'll be seeing much of that on Ricky's side, however.
No, we won't.
Alright, so he does cast Master of the Pearl Trident, and he gets in for an early 2 damage.
And Ricky does not have a second land.
Ricky does elect to obviously draw and try and find that land. Not going to fetch because obviously nothing to cast, and it does increase the odds slightly.
Yeah. So unless, I think, if Ricky doesn't, I mean, if he has Path to Exile, it's a bit different, but if he doesn't find a land next turn, I think he's in trouble. Depends on what's in Jono's hands, but the Murphec deck, this is one of the advantages to playing the Murphec deck, is you can just punish people for not interacting with you enough, or
Jono going into the tank early here. And
also saw a Ghostly Prison from Ricky in his hand there.
Alright, then thought the hate was enough through the one land.
Yeah.
This could be a blowout. Oh no. 2 Lords now on Jono's side, and quick attack.
Looks like Ricky
very snaps it off.
He's going to dismember it, I assume.
He's going to think about it anyway.
He could just take 6. This would be 6 damage, so yeah, he's going to
fetch. Is he going to shock here as well? This would be quite an expensive dismember.
No,
he's just going to get the planes. Very interesting, so it does give him access to obviously the Path to Exiles, which is and also an interactive 1-cost spell. So see where this is at. Alright, so it is Dismember, that proxy card.
Yep.
Alright then. So he's dismembering the
So he will
Master of the Pearl Trident.
he'll take 4 off the Dismember going to 13, and then 2 off the Curse Catcher going to 11. So
Yeah, so as we previously mentioned, this is a proxy tournament, so some amount of proxies are allowed. Yeah, so the Curse Catcher is going to sacrifice there, and obviously as Ricky cannot pay. Has he drawn the land for the turn? No.
does not look like he has.
Very awkward. No, that is a Marsh Flats, is that not correct? At the end there? I don't know, we'll find
It's
out.
a foil something.
Everything is foil.
Yeah.
Except for that proxy.
Except for that Dismember proxy. Okay, so Ricky has
Yeah,
found the
it's
second
been
land.
found.
We'll see what he can do with that mana. I think I
Just
saw
throwing
a
down
second.
6 power though. It
Yeah.
depends what Jono is able to run out here. If he's able to just run out some more lords. So we can see Silver Gallowdepths, Master of Waves, and I'm not sure what else I can really see there. He's going to attack in with his 6 power worth of dudes. And see what Ricky says about this here. Is he going to flash in a raise the alarm and block?
I wouldn't do a lot. I think he has Dismember in hand. I believe he'll opt to do that.
And still take 3, but does remove a dude. Alright, so...
Yeah, so he's just going to
Oh,
take
no, he's
4,
going to take 4.
going to
Oh,
6, and then take 2 off the Master going to
Yeah, go to 4.
4.
Oh, Spell Pierce. Alright, here we go.
That was a lot of damage, and
6, and then there's lethal.
yeah.
Is that right?
Alright, a very
Yeah,
quick game
very
2.
quick. Yeah.
Jono was able
That's
to
interesting.
apply enough pressure to punish Ricky for his
One land keep.
Yeah, for his awkward keep there.
Alright. And very quickly shuffling up. No sideboarding required on
So
this
that was
one.
interesting. You mentioned you saw a duress in his first hand.
Yeah, in his opening hand, yeah.
Ricky's yeah, and I'm pretty sure I saw it at one of the ghostly prison there. So he may have sideboarded a little differently to how we might have expected.
Yeah, very interesting with those choices, I think, especially as Jono may have boarded out some of his interactive cards there, such as like the Vapor Snags. But I suppose it does protect his own dudes. Obviously, the Spell Pierce has obviously stayed in.
Yeah.
And I would think he would probably leave. I'm not sure about the Dismembers for the tokens. He might have taken those out. So there are still a fair few targets there.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's worried about Spreading Seas, which is...
Yeah, the main...
Yeah, it's quite good against him. It cuts off his mana.
Main access to victory.
Yeah, and gives him Island Walk as well, so...
Yeah.
Spreading Seas doing double duty there. It's not surprising he wants to bring in Duress, I guess.
Alright then, so yeah, we just wanted to make sure we do thank Next Level Games Ringwood and Good Games Box Hill for their support for the league, as that's where most of the games were played in the Eastern Modern League. With the next league coming up in the not too distant future, obviously make sure you do get online, and you can find us on sneakandshow.com or otherwise through Facebook. You can sign up to the new leagues there. Alright, so some very limited interactive Magic in that game compared to the first one. Maybe hoping for a bit more of a closer game in the next round.
Yeah, I think Ricky's having a few more lands, I guess.
Yeah, I still think there are it is very play dependent, so we will see that though.
Yeah.
Do see a Winterbrisk Heights, which can activate quite regularly in this deck.
2 of them, indeed. In fact.
Does this feel like a keepable hand?
It looks like a bit slow. I think he has turn 2 Intangible Virtue into turn 3 Lingering Souls, with a couple of Windbrisk Kites and a Sorin.
Alright then. And
which looks like he's going to keep.
That? So. Yep. And is this look at the top 3, is that correct?
It's 4.
Top 4,
yeah.
Okay. And gets to choose any spell and put it underneath.
Quickly chooses that one.
Yep. Alright then. And
putting 2 proxies in a land to the bottom.
Alright, Jono has also kept at 7 here, so he's going to start with Darkslick Shores into nothing. So both the bottom with the Dismembers there, so hopefully Ricky can find maybe a fetch to get those back if he does need them.
Yeah.
As those lords can become troublesome.
Jono just plays the Darkslick Shores and passes it back. Ricky's untapped, drawn,
Fetch.
cracking his marsh flats.
Is he going to shock here? Or is he just going to? Yes, he is. Yeah. So Godless Shrine.
So dismembers are, in fact, shuffled back into his deck.
And now on top with that one card.
Yeah.
Alright, here's Inquisition Kozilek. We want to see what's going on the other side. Jono reveals his hand.
So we got
and
Island,
Ricky's-
Mutavault, Vapor Snag, Mirror-Regery, Lord of Atlantis, Master of Waves. Wow, so Lord Heavy Hand here. It'll be interesting to see what Ricky elects to take here. I think you just take the Lord. The Lord of Atlantis here.
Yeah, keeping off early turn pressure.
Yeah, it's just a cheaper one.
Does have a Mutavault in hand though, can still apply some board pressure there, and obviously there is a few Lords coming. There is quite a substantial amount of devotion there if he does, everything does survive on board until there is Master of the Pearl, so as Master of Waves hits the table. Once again, Ricky is running out his dudes a little bit slowly here, just sort of interacting and building up his resources.
Interesting, Jono still has his Vapor Snag in. Slightly surprised they're still there, but I guess...
I think it's more to protect his own dudes
Yeah,
than interact
probably.
with the opponent.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Ricky
So
thinking
Ricky-
about...
His plays, he's
What-
still got another Dismember in hand there, so I see why he shuffled those other ones away.
Yeah. So he's got, looks like Dismember, Intangible Virtues, Sorin, Marsh Flats, Lingering Souls, and a Windbrisk Heights, I think.
Yeah, it does look like that.
So he's... Yeah, so he elects
So-
to play the Windbrisk Heights,
Lights
and
again.
I assume he's going to play the Intangible Virtue this turn.
And the rest just get shuffled onto the bottom of the library, is that correct?
Yeah. Just
Oh,
put on the
Ricky
bottom.
hits all of his raise the alarms there. There was 3 of them.
Oh, was there?
Yeah. So very quickly makes the decision.
So why do you think he did that instead of just slamming a Lingering Souls there? If that's, I think that's what he had.
I'm not entirely sure, but obviously Jono back with his Mirror Regery.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
he was trying to get the tempo off the removal spell there
Yeah.
on the Regery.
Yep, untap. Yeah, so
Draws a Thought Seize.
can interact. So interacting with his hand could be quite powerful here. He does know what is sort of what's up on the other side a little bit. I think John's had is it 1 draw step since then. Taking away that other what is it? Mirror Regery. I'm getting lost between all my lords here.
Yeah, there's too many of them. So he's going to fetch a Swamp,
Yep.
and I assume cast a Thought Seize. Oh no, he's just going to slam a Sorin. Fair enough.
Yeah, I suppose while John is tapped out, he is going to run out Sorin. Obviously, it does protect itself by making a guy.
Yeah, yeah.
And we know that Joe doesn't run really any burn. What is it? Sonic Blast on his side?
No, none of those. Yeah, so Ricky pulling
Yeah.
ahead with this Sorin here. Jono can just basically play a few Lords and try to attack it eventually, but I think he's going to have difficulty
Yeah.
here.
So we have a lifelink vampire from Ricky from the Sorin.
I don't think I think it's just flying.
Oh, is it a flying?
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
a 1/1 flying. So the other Sorin is a lifelink vampire.
Yeah, so this Sorin is -2, make it 2/2 flying vampire.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah.
Land from Jono. Make sure he's hitting those all-important land drops. We're going to see him run out the Mirror Regery. There we go, we found the token there. It's going to Vapor Snag.
Vapor Snag the token. Interesting.
Alright. He does get a free attack here at Sorin through Mutavault if he elects to do that. And he can remove Sorin, is that right? Is Sorin
Yeah, that was an
removed?
interesting play from Ricky. He knew he had the Vapor Snag. Maybe he just forgot about it, but
Yeah.
yeah, it was That doesn't seem like the
does,
best.
Does Sean with his hand actions?
Yeah,
giving
it's
it
like,
the-
oh, whoops.
Oh, whoops.
That
Oh, well.
wasn't really what I wanted to do.
True. Trade my siren for your vapor snag.
Yeah.
Ricky just thinking about his next line of play here. Is he going to...
Tangible virtue, it looks like.
Yeah. Is he any closer to... he's going to Thought Seize here. And Jonah reveals a hand of Master Regery, Master of Ways, Master of Ways.
Wow.
Alright then.
Yep.
Ricky's going to pick the,
Take the
double devotion.
Master of the Pearl Trident.
Yep. It's costing Ricky a bit of life here as he's Thought Seize and shocking himself a little bit, but nothing too bad. And bring up the information here and... Yep, Silver Gallade reels
Not a bad draw.
Yeah, not a bad draw. He's ripping into all his creatures. Is that another Master of Waves?
Oh my goodness.
Attacks
He's
with...
in bash for 2.
Yep.
Ricky falls to 9. And he's going to untap. So his hand consists of planes.
Has he found any of the... he's just not found any of the token generators. No.
Yeah.
No spectral processions.
I thought that was the Lingering Souls in his hand his had all game, but it looks like a Path to Exile actually. Yeah. So what can he do?
There's another Siren here.
He can play Siren and make it 2/2.
It depends what John is holding again. But he does know he's got just creatures plus 1 draw, or 2 draws now, sorry, because of the Silver Gill.
Yeah, playing Siren doesn't seem... actually. Yeah, so we can play Siren, and then...
The token is a 3/3 as well because of
Yeah.
Tangible Virtue.
So Jono will probably play... Yeah, so he'll play... Okay, it's interesting.
He just play the Miro Regery, but then he can't animate his Mutavault.
Yeah, so if he draws a land, he can play the Regery, animate his Mutavault, and attack Siren with both.
Oh no, because the Regery is 3 mana, it's not a 2 mana.
Yeah, but if he draws a land.
Oh yeah.
But then Jono can path the Regery and eat one of his creatures. And the Siren still dies. So it'll end up with
a lot of planning here for based on that land.
Yeah.
Alright, so he just does the same thing again, casts Siren, makes the token. And
Instead draws an Eighth of Vial.
Eighth of Vial. A mana of a kind, not the mana he wanted.
Yeah.
Alright, Jono goes into the tank a little bit here. Just going to think about his next line of play. I always found that with the Merfolk deck as well. You always drew those 3 Master of Waves exactly when you don't want them.
Yeah.
Very much so like Siege Rhino, but less effective.
Right. 4 mana is pretty clunky in Modern. Can be... When you're facing down something like this, it can be quite slow.
Is Jono just going to expend his resources to try and remove Siren and just leave Ricky with the 1 token then? Does he
I don't think
chunk his
so.
own dudes? No.
Ooh.
No. Yeah. No. Yes.
I don't know if you want to do
Attack rewind. Attack
that.
rewind.
He's going to attack Siren.
No, he's attacking Ricky directly, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and the guy gets in the way. And we have Mirror Regery and Ether Vial follow-up. Very interesting there. Jono's trying to bluff his way through to get an attack through.
Yeah,
very
I'm not
interesting
sure.
what happened there.
I don't know what you're
he was
bluffing
playing.
there.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah,
Trying to understand that play. That wasn't.
I'm not sure. Yeah. That's right. So Ricky finally draws into some token generators.
I think you forgot about the Intangible Virtue. Yeah.
Yeah, there we go.
That's what
Johnny
happened.
didn't see it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh. There we go. Yeah, Johnny's missed the Intangible Virtue
Yeah.
+1/+1. Yeah. Oh, big blowout there.
Yeah, not exactly what he wanted to happen.
Alright, Ricky has finally found some guys that he can cast now, and he's going to flash that back straight away.
Yep, showing us the power of Lingering Souls.
Yep. This does give him, is it 3 attackers for the Winterbrace Skies? Is that correct?
It is 3, yeah.
Yeah, and then he's you've got to pay mana for that as well. Is that correct?
I think I think it's white plus tap the Windbrisk cards.
All right then, and yeah, so we also are aware of summoning sickness, so they can't obviously activate this turn, but so that Aether Vial ticks up. John is trapped a little bit with those 3 Master of Waves in hand, and he's just drawn a. Can't tell what that is. Trying to think about tapping his mana.
Looks like a Spreading Seas.
Alright then. Turning off one of those Winterpress heights could be good. Which one?
Yeah.
The unknown. Which
Kinda
morph is this?
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like the morph. He's going to choose that Windbrisk cards.
Alright then. Ricky quickly checks to see what his other one is. I believe that was the one with the raise the alarm under it.
Okay.
So we'll generate some more 2/2 tokens with with vigilance. So and we've got to remember that his tokens with Soren up will have +1/+1 as well. So there will be, what are they now? The flying souls will be 3/2 life linkers.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the vampire will be a 4/3 flyer.
Yeah, this is really what the deck wants to be doing. Just playing a bunch of
souls and
Windbrisk cards does on tap. Yeah. Playing a bunch of tokens and just having a Siren Intangible Virtue, and they're all 3/2s, which is nuts. So
this does give Johnny 2 devotion, but I think it will be enough for his Master of the Pale Trident, which he only casts 1 of a turn, especially the evasion that Ricky has through his attackers. So Jono is on 16, but there is then, what were we saying? So it's 3, 6, 9, 12, 12 and 4 is 16, so there is exactly
that
lethal.
is lethal on board, so
we'll see what happens.
See what Jono has. If he goes for it. He does have a Path to Exile in hand.
We'll see what Ricky's trying to cast. He's
Another
definitely making
Virtue.
sure
Wow.
that the attack is lethal here.
Yeah. So that'll be 4. That's just 16 just with the spirits. So that should be good enough. Plus attack.
Yeah, Johnny very quickly scoops up his cards.
Game 3.
Game 3.
So on to game 4.
So as I was saying, it's very very dependent on who was playing first here. Like I think Ricky played first in the first game, then Jono after the Ricky one, and so very much so back and forth. So we are looking for someone to obviously interact heavily in one of the games to obviously steal one away.
The fact that Ricky broke serve in the first game when John was on the play and he still won was, we think pretty good. Yeah, pretty big.
The Lords are definitely the most important part in Jono's deck. He doesn't want to draw those high-end spells. As we see Ricky looking through his sideboard again, he has taken out those.
Secure the Waste.
Secure the Waste.
Interesting.
Yeah, not happy with those.
It's slow, I guess, and it looks like he's taken out some number of taken out both Zealous Persecutions and both Secure the Waste. It looks like, just looking at that.
Forged Enders. There's the Timely Reinforcement. Still 1 duress in the sideboard. He brought 1 in.
So he must have brought 1 in. Interesting.
Trying to decide whether or not something is better than something else.
Yeah.
He must have been trapped with something in hand which he was not happy with. There was also was that a Lingering Souls? Was it?
I think
the front
so.
there?
Yeah.
So he's taking out one of his.
Interesting. It's a bit slow. Maybe.
See what he's bringing in there. He's thinking about it. No, just put some more aside.
Yeah.
Just leave it as is.
Yeah.
Guess what? I won that game. I'll stick with the same deck.
Exactly. Yeah. Interesting.
So we're just waiting on the players to shuffle up here and decide on their 7.
Jono, no sideboarding from Jono.
Must be happy with where he's gone with his choices in.
Yeah.
Do we see many of the sideboard cards out of Jono, or has he not brought much in, do we think?
No, I mean, we're seeing Spell Pierce, but they're in the main deck as well, so it's hard to tell.
Yeah, we saw some amount of Vapor Snags. Not sure if he brought more of those in.
Yeah.
I believe the mana leak could be okay, but obviously these are like one-offs that we're talking about here.
Yeah,
so
they're not
it's
massive, but
yeah.
I think they're probably better
Yeah.
than like Type
Yeah.
Under Mage and
Yeah.
Dismember and stuff. So
So we'll just have to see whether or not he's brought those in.
yeah, we'll see.
Yep. Kira, I think, could be a very powerful card in this sort of interaction, especially with Path to Exiles and Dismembers on Ricky's side. Protecting his creatures is quite strong.
Yeah, Kira seems to be pretty good in these kind of matchups.
And so very interesting sort of here where this will go. So at the minute we're looking like having Ricky on black-white tokens playing Lyndon in the final there with his we're saying Grixis control
with his Grixis
twin.
Yeah, controlling twin deck basically.
Very like sideboard oriented. Like Lyndon it's almost like 2 decks, so you can take out all the combo and just put all the control elements in and have that game plan against certain decks.
Yeah, definitely.
So just looking ahead, if it does go that way, what sort of tech does Lyndon have there? Does he have any of the... He does have some sweepers and things.
Anger of the Gods will be, I think, pretty big in that matchup.
And it does also impact on Jono as well. Like, against fewer lords, you can sweep the board and kill, many of, Jono's creatures as well, so it could be quite powerful.
Yeah, Anger of the Gods will definitely come in against both decks there.
Yeah, just looking at the main deck though, it's obviously a twin deck, so he's just looking to try and twin to win. Alright, I think we're almost ready with our match here. So I think they're just dealing out their 7. And just counting it out, make sure you're no cheating here.
So looks like Ricky
keeps drawing those double Sorin hands, it looks like.
Yeah. Seem to be working for him though.
Yeah, they're quite...
Is he on 6 cards? It looks... No, he's on 7. Okay.
No, sorry, single Sorin there. Trying to decide.
Jono having a think about his hand.
We can see a Mutavault on Jono's side. There's Master Repel Trident. And a few close-knit cards, which I'm...
Looks like one of those Island Mutavault, a bunch of double blue 2-drops in his hand.
Yeah.
Which is awkward, but it's the price you pay for playing Mutavault, which is such a good card.
Curse Catcher turn 1. Marshallets, pass back. Here goes the Mutavault.
Yeah, so there's the
attacks.
Mutavault.
Ricky goes down. Curse Catcher is so versatile in this this matchup as well, quite strong, preventing Ricky casting his turn 2, token generation or...
Yeah. So I don't think... I think he drew that 8th Vial because I'm pretty sure he played 8th Vial over Curse Catcher on turn 1.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So it looks like he hasn't drawn the second island for those lords.
Is there a second Mutavault in hand though? Is that incorrect?
I'm not sure.
No. Alright, we'll find out.
We will.
Ricky goes and gets Godless Shrine. Untaps. Moves his deck to the other side.
Yeah. Drawing a Windbrisk Heights, it looked like. Got quite a few options. He's got Raise the Alarm, Intangible Virtue.
Just needs to be careful to play around that Curse Catcher as well.
Yeah. He's going to play his Isolated Chapel.
Pass back. Jono ticks it up, untaps his guys.
Draws. Yep.
No, Dark Shores, that's what it was. Alright, so he does have double blue, and with it being a fast line, does come untapped, which is quite strong at this point. So it can buff his dudes. It just depends whether or not he wants to attack in with the Mutavault or apply more pressure to the board.
Yes, looks like he's just going to activate Mutavault. Interesting whether he wants to trade Curse Catcher for this Raise the Alarm.
Depends whether or not they have Spell Pierce in hand. So we'll see how we go here.
So if you have Spell Pierce, do you Curse Catcher or Spell Pierce it, do you reckon?
I'm not sure, it's such an early turn in the game. Like I think you can expend the Curse Catcher, but it is a devotion for your game plan of Master of Waves.
Yeah.
So
Interesting. Does choose to
Yep.
sack the
Curse
curse
catcher.
catcher there. Ricky takes 2 going to 18. Lingering Souls is the play.
Yeah, so now...
Now do you spell pierce this, do you reckon?
I'm not sure if he even has the spell pierce in hand.
Yeah.
It's like... Or is that... I can't tell if that is it or not on the far left there. Both of us trying to look around the corner
Yeah.
almost on the camera.
So it is a spell pierce, okay, so
Yeah,
it does
there we
spell
go.
pierce it. It's not the best with flashback cards, but I mean,
Does
I
prove
guess
it
it's
the
all it's got at
turn,
this point.
you know?
Second meter vault. And what's he gonna choose to do with his turn here?
So he does have a Lord in hand. I'm not sure he's going to cast Lord and attack for 3. I'm not sure though.
Yeah, he could.
You could also just Ether Vial the Lord in as well. That is the other option. Obviously, this second Mutavault does have Summoning Sickness, so can't attack this turn.
So he's holding another island
Yeah.
there, I think. So he's gonna activate and attack.
Activate, leave up mana. Yeah, he's
Ricky falls to 14.
pass back.
Interesting.
John obviously holding up for a turn where he can cast 2 Lords and Ether Vial in response. But
Yeah. He's gonna flashback
Second.
of souls.
yep.
Just holding 2 mana up. So what's he got? Looks like
He's going to activate and flash a Lord in at the end of turn. Alright then.
yes, looks like Ricky has raised the alarm there in his hand. Just thinking about when to use that.
So all other merfolk have Island Walk. Ricky is deciding. He's happy with that to resolve. We'll see whether or not he's happy for another one to resolve though. Plays a land. Johnny goes into the tank a little bit.
Activates both
Attack.
attacks with meter vaults.
These are 2/3/3s at this point. See what Ricky does on his side. Is he going to raise the alarm? Is he going to just take 6 and go to 6?
Looks like no blocks. Looks like he's setting
Yeah.
up for a siren again. Once again,
Yeah.
siren's gonna come down and
And save the day.
save the day.
Okay.
Exactly.
End of turn, he is going to raise the alarm. Trying to potentially all out of counter spells at this point in time, obviously. It's still got 1 mana up there. Untap.
This seems to be a very key play from Ricky's deck is just holding out until you have a just bunch of tokens and then just
Siren.
slam a siren and
Yeah.
just basically win from there.
I'm not sure that will interact very well with Splinter Twin though, with a million guys attacking you though.
Yeah.
Alright, so he plays the Winterburst Kites though. And he's assessing his options with his choice of 4. Puts the rest at the bottom. Here's Siren now. Does this one resolve? Yes, it does.
I believe it would.
It'll go up. He's going to use them offensively.
Slam.
Attack, smash. What do you trade? Most likely not.
I don't think he can at this point. I mean, he's getting
So-
8. He's gone 14. He's in a rough spot.
So he goes down to 12, is that right?
Yeah.
Yep. Alright then.
Untaps.
And Ricky goes up.
Looks like a spreading seas was drawn then. Yeah.
So the swing is, he's got to interact with those creatures. He's got to be able to remove them. So
Spreading seas there, draw a card.
draw a card.
Draw another meter vault, it looked like. This could be...
Everything looks like Mutavault. With the changeling.
This could be a close game despite all the life gain here. There was another meter vault. So you can activate both and attack. for 8. That's still
I'm not sure if he wants to leave his blockers up though. He can obviously trade with those soldier tokens from Raise the Alarm.
Oh yeah, you can. His
Can
Mutavaults
block those.
will eat them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ricky will obviously gain a lot of life though from it, but that is his choice. Oh, is Johnny going to tap out? No, he's going to attack. Oh, he's going to kill Soren. Alright then, here we go.
Yeah.
And attack you.
Yeah, this seems like the best play. Ricky's
So
tapped
sure.
out, so Soren's going to die.
Yep.
He's going to take 3 to do 11. And if it was like he
Is
said,
it to 11? Has he gained the life from his attack on the previous
he
turn?
did. Yeah, he was
Did
at he was at 6.
Was
And
it 6?
he
Okay,
gained
then.
8. Yep. Windbrisk Kites on
Alright.
taps. Oh, what's happening? Yeah.
So you're saying he's needing another Soren?
Yeah.
Where's my double Soren turn?
Yeah. Flips his card.
Tangible Virtue does get him a bunch of damage. Not quite enough though.
Not quite lethal. And
He's just going to hold up his guys.
Jono does have
It does
lethal,
have, like,
lethal
does
with
have-
his Mutavaults
yeah.
and Master.
Yeah.
But I guess the Master doesn't have Island Walk, so
No, so yeah, so he can block the Master, and obviously his guys do have Vigilance from the Intangible Virtue, so to attack, put Jono to low.
I think Jono has to top deck something here to
Has
win.
to find another Lord, I think.
Yeah, Lord would actually. What's in
Lord?
Ricky's hand? I think. No, because of Ricky's Dismember, I don't think the
Yeah.
Lord would do it. I think Ricky's in good shape here.
Is Ricky going to pay some amount of life to do this? Yeah, 2 life? Alright then.
Leaving up that
Blue mana?
blue mana. Yep. So Jono's gonna have to. I don't think there's anything he can draw.
So those Mutavaults are all 2/2s. There's just not quite enough there.
Yep.
Oh, it just lands
Oh,
on
lands.
Jono's side.
There's the handshake.
There's the handshake.
Ricky pulls
He's
it out.
going. Yeah. Once again, Soren All-Stars over there.
Oh
Soren,
yeah.
Soren and his homies, basically.
Soren was just so huge in that match. Just the life gain and the huge just life swings that
Yeah.
Soren provided after a massive just like
The
build up.
steady
Just the
beatdowns.
build up
Yeah.
of tokens into Soren was just huge there. So
Yeah.
Ricky pulls that out. Interesting to see how he sideboarded, or how
Yeah.
both of them sideboarded it actually.
Unlucky for Jono there. Been very favoured throughout most of the league, and obviously didn't quite just get there.
Yep.
I believe we will have a quick interview with Jono. He'll be on his way down. I think I'll be speaking with him this time around.
Yep.
Yeah. So.
Sure. Sounds good.
Yeah. So. Just didn't quite find the answers when required. Like did obviously counter or prevent the appropriate spells at the appropriate time just to prevent that early board pressure. But
Yep.
obviously maybe holding it up for Soren was the correct play. All right, and we have
Jono is here.
So we have Jono here. Yeah. So just quickly before we get to that. We do have the reminder of the pre-PTQs and the Mox Highland events and the last chance for the WMCQs as run by Good Games Melbourne. This will be held at Celtic Club on Saturday the 19th of September. Make sure you do get down, just have a look. So here we have Jono, the unfortunate third place for the event today.
Oh, good.
So tell me what went wrong.
Well, Ricky metagamed very well. I had definitely put Ricky on Infect. I know he used to play Black-White Tokens, but I haven't seen him play that for, I don't know, this year at least.
Okay.
So, yeah, I was pretty well sideboarded against Infect. I was feeling pretty confident. Yep. 3 Chalice of the Void in the sideboard. I'd end up with 4 Tiebinder Mages, but turns out none of those cards are actually very good against Black-White Tokens.
Alright.
The Echoing Truth is very good against Black-White Tokens, which I usually have in my sideboard, and I didn't tonight because, so, all good, but, yeah, fun and games. Where did it go wrong? Just didn't draw Lords at the right time, I guess. There was, I think, 2 of those 4 games, if I'd drawn a Lord, I was away, and didn't happen. I did misplay once where I forgot he had Intentional Virtue in play, and swung in with my 2-1 to his 3 3 vampire, which I thought was a 2/2 vampire. So I could have played Merry Retreat before that, but I just totally forgot he had the Virtue in play. So, good.
It seems like you were casting your counter spells fairly early, keen to trying to keep that pressure off.
So and in retrospect, maybe I should have just saved it for Sorin, since Sorin was basically the card that won every game.
Yeah.
But I felt like I had, I just need to draw a couple of things, and I drew land. And I felt like it was probably at the time the play, just using my mana efficiently. But maybe I should have kept it, but
understandable.
That's all right.
So obviously Sorin is quite a powerful interaction. It was like quite tricky, especially in a game where life totals are so relevant, as it's a straight sort of beatdown matchup.
And that life game makes a difference.
That's correct.
For sure.
We saw was it game 2, I think, and you got trapped with all those Master of Waves in hand,
Master of Waves.
and no devotion, which was a bit unlucky.
Which felt good at one point, and then by the third, I was like, I just need something else first. I could have played a Lord and then a Master of Waves and had a bunch of tokens, and could have kept the pressure on him, but that's all right.
Yeah, so obviously the next league is coming around. You're going to be playing again.
Yeah, definitely play again. Yeah, I had a great time this time, and had a really good run till now. So I was, compared to the first league where I wasn't close to making the finals, I think, and only dropped 1 in the Swiss. So I was, really happy with the result. And top 4 prizes are great, so I'm happy with my prizes. So
excellent.
Just excited to be on camera, and it's good.
You're happy with your deck and everything. You're not upset that you metagamed for.
I'm happy with the deck. As in, I love playing Merfolk, and it's done very well for me. I was playing a bit differently based on who was in the top 8. So things like 2, not that I drew them this game, but 2 Tidebiter Mages main deck, and 2 more on the sideboard. I wouldn't usually play the 2 main, but I thought Ricky was on Effect. I thought Tim would be on Elves, Jason would be on. Like a podless pod sort of thing. I sort of figured maybe main board Tidebinders would be good, which I wouldn't usually do. But
And do you have any tips for the finals? Do you think who's going to win? Do you think the tokens will get there, or do you think the Grixis Twin will sort of win out?
All the best to Ricky. I think probably Grixis Twin. I think having perhaps some sweepers sideboard, clearing up all those tokens in one foul swoop. Could be good, but that's if he draws it, There was times where I could have won if I'd drawn the right card, so if he doesn't have them, he doesn't have them. So Ricky's got a bit of disruption, so Thoughtseize and Inquisition is probably good if he gets them early and can disrupt Linden's hand a lot and stop combos and potentially take cards like that as well.
Yep. All right, then.
They're both good players, so it'll be a good game.
All right, thanks so much there, Jono.
Thank you very much.
We're almost getting ready for the final here. I think they might be shuffling up and getting ready.
Sounds good. I will go watch as well.
Doing prep.
All right, keep up the good work. Cheers.
Bye. And once again, so we just want to mention our sponsors, both Next Level Games Ringwood and Good Games Box Hill. Both valiant supporters of the league, and both enabling both friendly environment and good casual sort of level of judging that they can provide as part of the league. So do advise, if you are enjoying Modern or you'd like to just play a few more games, maybe just sign up and potentially look into getting your magic fix. Alright, so I think they have shuffled up and they have drawn their starting 7. I think they're just assessing whether or not they're ready to start. And we've got Ethan back in the chair here.
Hello.
Alright, thanks for that, Ethan. And I think Ricky is happy. He's got his cards face down. We're just waiting on Lyndon to decide here. And Ricky's got an okay opening hand. There's a lot of lands and a few token creation spells there. So we'll see whether or not that'll get him over the line. And once again, Lyndon, a closed grip to the camera.
Yeah.
Bloodstained Maya, go. It looks like Ricky has drawn. Is that another? No, it's a Thoughtseize off the top there. So that's probably more interactive and probably more things what he wanted. So what can we expect from this matchup now?
So this matchup will be kind of similar to the Elves deck. So Ricky is basically just try and drop a bunch of creatures and play a bunch of pump effects basically. And so the key spells from Lyndon again will just be Lightning Bolt and Terminate. Cryptic Command, basically to fog for a turn might be key, and then just comboing off with Splinter Twin,
preventing that Sorin turn of gain gain 20 life, or not 20 life, but gain 10 life.
Exactly. Yeah. Soren will be tough for him, I think.
Yep. All right then. But on Ricky's side, obviously there is quite a lot of interaction as well. As Zealous Persecution, quite good in the matchup, as it does prevent the combo entirely there, so they can attack. It kills the Pestimites and it puts the Deceiver Exarchs to a 0-3.
Yep. Yep.
So even with the can buy him a turn to be able to potentially attack back for the win.
Yeah, so it's that and Path to Exile, the two main interactions with the Splinter Twin combo from Ricky.
Mm-hmm.
As well as, Dismember. And just, hand attack to attack the pieces, basically.
And his Worship is actually relevant in this matchup, is that correct?
I guess so, yeah.
So, attack for 1 million, put me to 1.
Yeah, the one of Worship.
Alright, we'll see if that goes off.
Yeah.
When he draws it, we'll let you know. So just building up the resources early turns here, not too much interaction. So Ricky has Winterbreast Heights and selected a card. I didn't see what that was. He has fetched. Is he going to shock in here and try and play into a counterspell? Obviously, the Remands are much more relevant here, I think,
than the Elves matchup.
Rather than the Elves matchup.
Yeah.
So Ricky's going to have a look and see what's going on the other side of the board.
Yeah, so Thoughtseize is really one of the key cards in this matchup. Just taking away Linden's key resources is going to be very good for Ricky, and that Thoughtseize should go to the hand.
Remand, yeah. Ricky it'll be pointed out, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sweet.
It's like, what is this? Where's Mana Leak?
Yeah. And Ricky's going to pass it back.
Lyndon keeping a grip full of cards there, obviously off the Remand. Gets to draw some more resources and dig a little bit, trying to find the combo. Colligan's Command in this matchup, is that a card that would be reasonable, or is this something that will be sideboarded out?
Yeah, there aren't really many artifacts, and 3 mana to kill a 1/1 token is not exactly what you want to be doing. Yeah, I don't think that
this card is not that relevant either.
Yeah, Colligan's Command is not the best in this matchup, I don't think.
Alright then, so as we're looking at this now, so he's cast Deceiver Exarch, is that on upkeep, was it?
I'm not sure what phase we're in now.
Alright then.
It looked like, it was an upkeep.
Yeah,
to tap down that Cutlass Shrine.
And, totally discard destroy target artifact or 2 damage. Yeah, so, returning creature card is still okay. Like, you can return any of the combo sort of pieces, so maybe it will stay in there.
Yeah,
but,
I think it's a little too slow. I think you have better options, like Engineer Explosives out of the sideboard seems really great against this deck. Jace seems pretty good. Anger of the Gods, of course, is amazing.
Alright, Ricky's just fetching up here, getting some more lands. Not afraid to shock him in.
Yeah.
Life total not relevant, he believes.
Yes.
Now he gets to have a quick look there and see what's going on.
So we've got to hand Double Snapcaster, Tassigar, Polluted Delta, and Colligan's Command.
Quick, write it down.
Yeah. So, what do you think he's going to be taking here?
He's got to have a quick look, right? So he's already got Remand in the bin. So there's some value there, but obviously can't deny it both.
Really depends on what's in his hand, I guess.
Yeah. Tassigar is annoying, but obviously he can Colligan's Command and get that back. Does he want to prevent the value, most likely? There is obviously a tough decision here.
Yeah.
As everything seems to be on a fairly similar power level. Depends what Ricky is obviously holding. If he's holding up any of his own sort of dismembers.
Yeah, if he's holding, 2 paths or something, I think probably want to just take the Snapcaster Mage.
Yes, probably wants to take the Colligan's Command because he wants to prevent the recursion of all the creatures, I think. But I'm not sure.
Oh, right, okay.
Yeah.
Oh. It's just
there's so many choices. Yeah,
full of 2-for-1s. It's like...
Yeah. The choice is difficult, and he's obviously mulling this over.
Yeah.
I think he is going to choose Colligan's Command, though, just with its amount of modes and the ability to buy those other creatures back.
Yeah, it's tough.
So he is, I think he has highlighted, maybe, we'll see.
He's going to write them down. And he's going to choose...
Still thinking. He's got to
Well,
math out.
Colligan's Command is sort of like an
Yeah.
artifact. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not killing any, intangible virtues.
Yeah.
But still, you just take a creature and then just
Yeah.
Colligan's Command it back. It doesn't seem like the best use of time or resources.
Depends how much he values his own creatures as well.
Yeah.
Because obviously 2 damage does beat through one of the Lord effects, but not 2.
Yeah.
So it does. But obviously it's like a 2-for-1 in Ricky's favor. Then if he does Colligan's Man just to remove a dude.
Yeah. So it does just take Snapcaster Mage.
Does take,
Interesting.
Yeah. All right. All right, and so it's Ricky's main phase, obviously, of Thoughtseize,
Yeah.
and let's see what's going on here. So he's got the 1 mana up, and
He'll
he's
pass it
going to
back.
ship the turn back. All right, so this does fuel the Tasiga, though. Obviously, there is a potential for Tasiga to occur now. There's the polluted Delta, as Ricky crosses that off. There's an attack. Oh, a little bit of a glitch there, so I think let's just pass back and Ricky's turn. Both of them holding up a massive grip of cards. Very slowly interacting with each other there.
Yeah. It's definitely the hands definitely matter as much as the boards do. Ricky is trying to deploy threats indeed, but like Thoughtseize and Inquisition are still key cards in the matchup.
Ricky is deciding what the next line of play should be here. Obviously, he does have to interact at some point with this Deceiver Exarch.
And as always, keeping his cards close to him.
Yeah. So no, the Snapcaster Mage, was it Tasiga, Colligan's Command,
Unknown.
and Unknown. Yeah. We had that land which he's already played, so now Lyndon is fetching.
Yeah.
And just waiting for this to all unfold here. Alright. Alright, so he's already attacked for the turn, is that correct?
I think it's
Really?
Ricky's end step.
Okay, alright, this is where this is occurring. Alright.
I think so.
Alright, I'm not sure what's going on here, they're discussing something.
So Ricky's going to respond
to the fetch. Alright then. Alright, here we go.
Interesting.
Does he have... it prevents the cryptic command, right, if he goes and find the blue source.
Also prevents Snapcaster Remand.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So yeah, that's going to
That's
resolve.
Yep. And these are 2/2s, so they do trade with this Deceiver Exarch now. So Lyndon does have to do something to obviously pressure the board a bit further here.
Yeah. Ricky's going to cut. End a turn. He's going to Snapcaster. What happened?
I'm not sure what that was.
Somehow the intangible virtue went away. Did he Snapcaster Remain the virtue?
Yeah, you may have.
Yeah, so
there we go.
so
this is all a response to the intangible virtue.
Yeah,
okay.
right, okay.
So intangible virtue, yeah.
Yeah.
And then, yeah, I'm gonna fetch. In response to your fetch, I'm gonna raise the alarm.
Raise the alarm, yeah, okay. Sure.
Right. Raise the
Okay,
alarm
so that was an
results.
interesting play.
Yep. Alright then, so yeah, Lyndon definitely in the in the driver's seat at this point then with the board pressure. Ricky without his intangible virtue.
Yeah. I don't think he wants to trade Snapcaster for a soldier token though, which I think Ricky will be happy to do.
Yeah. Well, you know what?
So,
Just
yeah.
take him with this the Deceiver Exarch by
Just the
himself there.
Exarch. Get in for 1. Drop him to 10.
Well, we are losing vision there, so yeah, it's just come back. That's all right. And yep,
Okay.
yep. just going to go through the motions here as we check all the details. Yeah, so this was all in Ricky's turn, so this is now Ricky's turn again, sorry. Yeah, that was Jordan. Yep.
So Linda just played a land and pass back.
Yep. And my dad does have the Desolate Lighthouse, so we can sift to try and find the combo at the end of turn.
Yeah.
It doesn't really need to apply too much more pressure. We can run out that Tasiga now. There's only 3 things in the bin though.
So his hand consists of, what do we know? Tasiga, Colligan's Command, unknown, basically.
Yes.
So, yeah. Again, Colligan's Command not doing a lot here. At most, looks like killing a soldier and getting back a Snapcaster or something like that.
Another remand there from Lyndon's side, getting the value out of that. And not allowing that intangible virtue to hit the board, just doesn't want those Lord effects. Very similar to the Masters in the Merfolk matchup.
Well, and the Elves matchup as well. Yeah. It's all about Lords in this top 4.
Is he going to try and just cast it again? Is there no, he's just going to cast
Spectral Procession.
See what happens here.
That's going to be a lot of 1/1 flyers. See what Lyndon has to say about that. That's why I don't really love Colligan's Command, because it's just like...
Not here anyway.
Yeah. I mean, you're getting back a creature, I guess, but...
So he's obviously going into the tank on this one. No, he's allowing that to resolve.
He's going to attack.
He's going to attack. Not sure he's much he can do about. I know these are raise the alarm, aren't they? So these are walkers. So
yep. So yeah, imagine Lynn just going to take it here, going to 14.
Yep. And because Ricky's just shipped the turn back, is that right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, he will at some point.
Alright, Lynn just thinking about what he should be doing during end turn here, I think. Not sure he's going to Colligan's Command.
Yeah, so he's going to get some caster back.
Yep.
And what's the other mode?
And 2 damage to...
2 to Ricky.
Yeah, alright.
Interesting.
That's right, he's just pressuring the player here. Just waiting on the tangible virtue now to hit the board and give him some serious damage. Lynn's only at 14, so he's still 3 attacks away. Do we have a Lingering Souls in hand at the beginning of the game, I believe? So I think, or was that just the Spectral Procession? I can't remember. If
I'm not sure. Yeah.
All right then. Let's see what Lyndon is willing to do here. Is he wanting just to attack in? It'd be interesting to see what's under that Winterbrisk Heights there as well.
Yeah, if we ever get to that point, maybe it might
be no, he's going to trade, so obviously it's not.
So he's just going to chump.
Yeah.
And trade. Okay. So he really wants the intangible virtue to resolve here, because if the tangible virtue resolves, he attacks with all 3, and then he gets to activate Winterbrisk Heights as well.
Mind you, 2 of these are walkers, so if he does like cast a Tasiga or something, it can be blocked.
Yeah, right. Also a Snapcaster in hand for that graveyard up there.
Yeah. Does depend what he's under that Winterbrisk Heights. It could be could be a Zealous Persecution, could be a Path, could be anything there. Could be more dudes even. So let's see how that plays out. Lynn is just doing some quick maths here, trying to think about it, make sure he doesn't put himself in lethal range. Ricky has no response to this fetch this time.
Yeah. So I think he wants to fetch in order to leave something in the graveyard for Tasiga. So yeah, I think he's going to play Tasiga, exiling everything except for Remand, and leave up Snapcaster for Remand.
Yeah, that sounds pretty reasonable. Otherwise, he may decide to leave up Colligan's Command even.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how much value he'll be able to get out of that though.
No, yeah, so the Tasiga. Okay, so he could leave both. Oh.
Yep. Math is not my strongest point.
Yeah.
Now, what's this guy do again?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's have a quick look at this. Let's see what's going on.
So
over
it's
there.
1-1 a 4-5. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. With a sweet ability as well.
Yeah, Tassiga. Jeez, what a card.
Oh, there's the secure the wastes.
Could be potentially pretty big in this matchup if it resolves. Might just be a bit too expensive and clunky.
Oh, Vault. All right then.
Interesting. Ricky knows about this Snapcaster. See how he wants to play it. He could just run out the Intangible Virtue, let it get remanded, and then play it again. Interesting.
Yeah.
That's not really doing much on this board state with Tassiga sitting there. Lots of options for Ricky here.
Tasker is a beta that has to be answered though as well. So he's only 2 attacks away.
Well, Vault of the Archangel is actually massive here as well.
Yeah, lifelink and death touch.
The death touch is
quite relevant. I forgot about that half.
Yeah.
I remember the lifelink part.
Yeah. Death touch is big too.
And that cannot be snapcasted. Sure, there's not a squelch on Lyndon's side of the board there.
Yeah.
Ricky is just going to try and cast some more dudes.
Lingering Souls coming out.
See what's going to happen here.
Yeah.
Snapcaster.
Lyndon will Snapcaster. Remand that, I assume.
Remand, yep. So put that back in Ricky's hand. Ricky can run out the Intangible Virtue, or is he going to cast it again here? This does give Lyndon a bit more of a board state as well.
Looks like he's just setting up for the Virtue next turn. Yeah, so he's just going to run out Lingering Souls.
So just setting up for the secure the waste as well a little bit.
Yeah, so he could... And he's just going to sit, looks like. Just considering attacking.
Now, I haven't played much Limit. Could you explain again what secure the waste does?
So Secure the Waste is white X
Yep.
for an instant. So you can play it at the end of your opponent's turn, which is like really huge. And it's just put X 1/1 soldier tokens onto the battlefield.
Alright then.
So if he pays 6 mana total, then he gets 5 tokens, which is massive, really.
With any, alright then.
Yeah, so he can go end of turn, secure the waste for 5, and then untap and play a Virtue, and he's got like 5 2/2s, which is huge. So
Ricky is going to attack into it. He's not too worried about anything. I'm not sure what's going on there. So one of them's going to get blocked by Tassiga. Snapcaster ignores them. Lyndon falls to 12 at this point.
interesting.
That's an interesting attack.
Yeah, Ricky was willing to basically throw away a soldier to get 2 damage in. Or 1 damage even.
We'll see what Lyndon's got here. Because if he has 2 removal spells, it's not quite lethal, is it? No. It's 1 short there.
Yeah, he'd need 2 removal spells plus a bolt.
Yep.
So he's going to start off with Serum Visions? No?
No, it's something. Thought Scour.
Looks like a Serum Visions. Yep.
That's interesting to see on Lyndon's side that there is no Thought Scour in this list either. So
No,
this didn't quite make the cut apparently.
Thought Scour is more for the kind of delve
Decks.
the delver decks with like Gomagangler and Tassiga as well.
Alright.
The split between decks don't tend to run as much of that kind of basic cantrips like that.
Yeah, just with the limited choice option at the end, you just get given a card and then you lose.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Not lose exactly, but yeah, they're just put in for later use through your snapcasters.
Yeah.
Alright, and did we see bottom there from Lyndon? Was that correct?
I think that was, yeah.
Alright, so we got a very interesting board save, very sort of, it feels almost one-sided, but like at any point in time, Ricky could land to Lawton with his flyers being very evasive.
Yeah, it really depends on what Lyndon has in his hand here, I think.
Oh, Ricky is just going to block.
Yeah, so he's going to trade and chump, taking 1, going to 7. Lyndon.
He's going to pass a turn. Has he got anything else? Lyndon is thinking, calculating here, holding up his mana. Going to play a land. And a turn Tasker and a turn Lighthouse.
He's going to pass.
Ricky draws, yep, and we've got, is that another Secure the Waste, or is that the same one?
The same one. Looks like his hand is Zealous Persecution, Secure the Wastes, and the Intangible Virtue that we know about.
So Winterbrisk Ice is going to look at 4 cards again. He's going to pick one. The rest are going to go to the bottom there. So it still feels like it's a very even match at this point, even though they're both like losing their life totals, not at a rapid rate, but even though the board appears to be stacked in Lyndon's side, it still feels like Ricky is fighting through this a little bit.
Yeah, it does seem quite close. Ricky looks like he can.
What's going to happen with this Intangible Virtue?
Yeah.
I think this is the 4th time he's cast it now. Same
He's
one.
also got the Lingering Souls in the graveyard if he wants to use that.
And this is an excellent card, just with the Vigilance as well, the flying and then Vigilance, and it gives him a big blocker as well.
Yep, so he's going to attack with both.
Yep.
Lyndon's going to have a think.
To think about this.
Clasping his cards tightly.
And we'll see what's happened here. Is the screen frozen? No, it's still going yet. He's going to move his mana around. He's going to think about it.
Collier's
Command. Interesting. And he's got a Snapcaster in the bin, so he can get some value out of this. Now you ask him how many cards in hand, so Ricky tells him 2. So I'm not sure that discard is on the table. Is Ricky going to hold up the mana here for Secure the Waste, or is he in trouble if he does that?
I think. Yeah, so he can secure
flyer.
for 3. Attacks for 2, puts him to 9. And he secures for 3. Then Lyndon has a Snapcaster with what?
So he's going to cast, he's going to flash back his Lingering Souls.
Yeah.
Let's try and generate some more guys. So once again, Winterbrisk Heist fails to trigger with 3 attackers. It's a bit disappointing. Feels like that threat is always there, but it never just quite eventuates.
Yeah.
It's almost like a win more. Like I'm already ahead. I'm already attacking with all my guys. And now I'm going to do this as well.
Yeah. It could potentially be good on the blocks, but like it's just he has to leave up all that mana and not do anything with his turn.
Yeah.
And then Lyndon could just like not attack, so it's just like wasted a whole turn.
Interesting. We haven't seen many of the removal spells from Ricky so far this game. Like so. Been very lucky, but Lyndon's obviously been very carefully around those as well. If he does have the Splinter Twin, he's going to go for it here.
I think he just assumes he doesn't have anything because he would have killed the Tassica by now.
Yeah.
He's just going to do it.
No, I'll do the thing.
Yeah, that's it.
Do the thing?
Alright.
Yeah, alright, and we're off. There we go.
Lyndon takes game 1.
very strong Splinter Twin. It took him a while to get there, but he finally found it.
Yeah.
And did the combo.
Quite a close game there.
All right, then. All right, so we're going to look at sideboarding after game one. That was quite a lengthy game one. So once again, we'll just quickly see if we can fly through this. So just to refresh, Ricky has Burnington Forge Tenders, Dismembers, Zealous Persecutions, Duresses, Ghostly Prisons, Timely Reinforcements, and Stonely Silences. The things we'd probably look at bringing in. Do you bring in the Burnington Forge Tender, or is it mainly just for burn?
Yeah, I don't think.
Don't think
I
so?
don't think so.
I think everyone meted for the one burn deck in the
Yeah,
top 8, and
yeah,
everyone's
right.
packing Burnington Forge Tenders.
Yeah.
Alright. I think the Dismembers are okay because they do remove the combo. It depends how much the combo is sided out. Zealous Persecutions, they do pump your guys, and Linda is running a lot of small, dorky something ones, so it does remove them all. On the side, if he does go into that the Grixis control type deck, Duress does become very strong, as there is a lot of Remand, Spell Pierces, and things on the other side.
Yep.
I'm not sure how strong Ghostly Prison is, as Linda does leave up a lot of mana.
That is against the Splinter Twin combo.
That is a Splinter Twin combo?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's correct. I didn't even think about that.
But then, again, it depends on whether Linden sizes it out or stuff. Yeah.
Alright, and Timely Reinforcements is just a bit of a so-so card here, isn't it? A little bit.
Yeah, you basically against Burn and like other aggressive matchups, basically.
Alright, then.
And then Stony Silence is not.
Alright, and on Linden's side, we can have a look.
So Linden has 2 copies of Anger of the Gods, 2 Kuranos, 1 Jace, 1 Olivia Voldaren, 1 Dispel, 1 Engineered Explosives, 1 Spellskite, 1 Izzet-Caster, 1 Negate, 1 Rending Volley, 1 Terminate, 1 Gribble Lavamancer, and 1 Surgical Extraction. So he'll definitely be looking at Anger of the Gods and Engineered Explosives. And Izzet-Caster as well, actually. Gribble Lavamancer, do you think?
Potentially, yeah. It could be a reasonable card here. So it does thin out your graveyard. So for those Tasigur activations, it does make them more relevant.
Yeah, right.
And it does remove a dude even through an Intangible Virtue, as it does deal 2 damage. And it can allow him just to push through that that damage.
Dispel and Negate?
A lot of Ricky's cards are sorcery speed, aren't they? Through the creature.
Yeah.
Like the,
Spectral Procession, Lingering Souls.
Yeah, but there are a few, instant sorceries, instants that he would like to interact with, obviously for the combo. So he may bring that in.
Yeah.
The negate is very strong though. Like there is a lot of, his whole deck is spells.
Siren
right?
and stuff.
Siren, the whole deck is spells. There is actually no actual creature spells.
Yeah, right.
So negates is very strong here.
Literal counterspell for 1 blue. Yeah. Okay. What's he looking to take out, do you reckon?
I was also thinking that maybe Olivia Voldaren, just removing tokens could be quite strong.
Yeah.
Then also if they do get out of hand, potentially you could steal like a 5/5 and make it a 1/1 on his side.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
As normal, he may take out some amount of the combo. The Colligan's command, as we said all along, doesn't feel that strong. But it depends how he sees it.
It was pretty good there.
Yeah.
Getting back Snapcasters and stuff. Yeah. We'll see.
There was a lot of recycling there. The Spell Snare seems strong. The Cryptic, once again, is sort of loose-ish, but it does buy you a turn if he has got a full board in attacks. Yeah. And you could rip into Anger of the Gods or something.
What do you think I remanded this matchup compared to the Elves matchup?
Once again, the Ricky spells are a little bit more expensive, so Remand is more reasonable here, especially with him trying to cast a turn 4 Siren or something, and you remand it, you buy yourself that full turn basically, and potentially you could then combo with the twin.
Yeah.
Also with things like Lingering Souls, remanding that, out of flashbacks is okay,
Would you consider Ricky, because, he's basically the aggro deck in this matchup. Against a control deck, could you see taking out a land? Shaping a land, basically?
Potentially, you could do that. It just depends where he wants to shave the land from, though.
Yeah, right.
You probably do want the fetches and everything to remain in there. You maybe just shave a plains, maybe, if he's going to be more aggressive. So Ghostly Prison is a 3 cost, right?
Yeah, it is.
He may want to leave lands in just to make sure that he can cast that and make sure he doesn't get sort of locked out on lands a little bit.
Yeah, it should be close match. We'll see.
I think they are all shuffled up here, and I think they're just getting ready to select their starting 7. No, that's deal out their starting 7.
Yeah.
Lyndon finished in what position in the league? Do we remember?
I think he was second.
Okay, then. So, and he's been playing the twin deck the whole way through, was it?
He's been switching a lot actually.
He's switching? Okay.
Yeah, he's played a bit of twin. He's played a bit of control. He's played a bit of Delver, I think.
I think actually speaking to him before the top 4 started, I think he'd played a different deck every week. So
yeah, right.
Very very versatile player.
Yeah, he is. Yeah.
So Ricky's looked at his hand and is like, no, probably won't keep this land of 5 lands plus plus lingering souls.
Doesn't show us the last card.
No, hidden tech there.
Yeah.
Probably sideboard. Doesn't want Lyndon to know that one.
Yeah, probably.
Now Ricky's gonna shuffle up again here.
Still mesmerised by Ricky's sleeves there.
Fall on one side, fall on the other.
Yeah, exactly.
Alright, so very interesting here. So we'll see how we go in this game. So post board, do we think it's more favourable towards Ricky or towards Lyndon there?
Yeah,
do you think
I think it's close.
Sweeps,
I think it's quite close.
Yeah, it does make it more of a balanced game almost.
Yeah,
it does remove those few dead cards in each of their decks.
Yeah. It depends on how they want to play the matchup. I think it'll be different. It'll be very different game if Lyndon boards out Splinter Twin, and he knows that, and Ricky doesn't basically.
Yeah, that's correct. And Ricky does have to respect the combo.
It's like 2 copies of Siren Soul under that.
Does he want to put them back in the deck? They were the powerhouse.
He can choose one of those.
Or he does want to attack with 3 creatures, and we'll be keeping an eye out for that.
Yeah.
Alright, Lyndon draws. Obviously land. Serum Visions. The standard cantripping nonsense. Just gonna have a look at these 2 cards. So you know what the legal ruling is on putting your cards back like that? Is that saying I'm still looking, or is that returned to the deck now? Are they meant to be put aside? Or?
I don't know the literal legal ruling, but I'm pretty sure that's like
say I'm still looking.
Yeah.
Alright then.
That's known as I'm still thinking.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure as long as you're clear and as long as you're not like putting cards in your hand or something, anything will go like.
Yeah. And assessing his options here.
Lyndon is definitely one to assess.
It's alright, you don't want to make the wrong decision early on, especially if he has left the combo in, maybe he wants to find a piece of that, or maybe he just wants to put it at the bottom and shuffle it through later. He's going with top. Oh,
he likes
powerful,
both of them.
Powerful rips here.
Can't be feeling good when you're Ricky's seat and your opponent goes top of his Serum Visions.
Yeah. Know something's coming.
Yeah. He's having a think. He decides to fetch.
So once again, we've figured out that Lyndon's sort of pinpointed where he wants to interact. He wants to stop the Lord type effects. Is Ricky just meant to hold up his interactive spells like Path to Exile and things, or is he?
Yeah, I think so. I don't think he can if he can afford to play around it and hold it up, then I think he should hold it up. I don't think he should just concede to it just to get a few more creatures on the battlefield.
Yeah, alright then.
Yeah.
We're going to see some other thoughts. Here's an Inquisition on Ricky's side here. He's going to see what Lyndon's got in hand. We've got Lightning Bolt, Colligan's Command. Jace. The Jace did come in.
Yep.
Alright then. And it does debuff all the tokens, doesn't it? So
it does, yeah. So that's if it don't have a Lord effect, it's pretty good.
Yeah, and a Snapcaster Mage. Alright, and mainly basics on Lyndon's side, so he does not have any red mana and no fetches there. So
he did top though, so I'm assuming there'd be some red lands there.
Coming, yeah. reading the text? Hey, chill. These are not red lands.
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. So yeah, besides... What's he doing?
I don't know, just...
Besides the fact that he doesn't have any red mana, his hand looks very good, Lyndon, right now.
But I am going to take a Snapcaster Mage. I
Yeah.
do not want that guy.
No. So yeah, there was red land on top.
Alright, so
left that Scalding Tarn on top.
I think he was just looking at the art number to make sure he could maybe get a copy himself later.
Alright, okay.
And obviously, you might be able to hit up sneakandshow.com there and see if you can find the same art.
Ricky's one of the art fanatics.
I think he did do an arts degree. Is that saying anything? No, it's a bit harsh.
No.
I think he'll forgive me. I think he's actually doing applied sciences or something anyway.
Yeah.
So, yeah, so there you go. There is the top red land. There we go.
Yeah.
Ricky's back to Ricky's turn here.
Thinking about upkeep and no.
What he's going to do?
draw.
Yeah, no Pestamite, Splinter Twin,
Just gonna start with a Thoughtseize.
Thoughtseize. I'm going to pick you.
Target you.
Oh, here comes the Anger
wow.
of the Gods.
Yeah.
There we go. So that was the other decision, I think.
So
that
he
Lyndon was
Top
sitting
Scalding Tarn, topped Anger of the Gods,
Gods.
but he needs a second red
on.
source.
Alright then.
Interesting. What do you think you take here if you're Ricky?
Oh. There is a lot of hate coming though through Jace and through Anger. I think Anger is the big killer though. And obviously Lyndon can always elect just not to play any dudes out or run any dudes out into it, so not that he has much of a choice at this point, but
Yeah, so
he
he
does
can't
need
even
to-
cast Anger. I think
Yeah,
I think you have to
he's
take
gonna
Jace.
take Jace?
Just it's the
Alright.
card you actually cast. And it's ongoing.
Yeah.
If like he
Yeah,
angers,
Jace,
then
yeah.
you just replay all your guys.
yeah. So he knows he just has to slow roll out his dudes, while Jace is every turn it's his 1/1s are just not doing anything.
Yeah, I think Jace
Yeah.
was correct there. That was good.
So Lyndon had another land in hand, that's correct, yes. Yeah, he had a basic land.
Yeah, he had
Yep.
a island, I
Island,
think.
yeah.
Yeah.
So he's going to cast. Yeah, so it is correct to obviously fetch at this point.
Yeah.
So Ricky gets in some mid-game sort of attacks here for minimal damage.
He didn't do anything in his turn. Maybe he's got to raise the alarm. He's just leaving up the 2 mana there. This doesn't have black, so he can't flash back the souls.
Yeah, yeah, double white, so secure the waste for 0. I don't know, no.
For 1. I think, yeah, I'd be thinking
Yeah.
about raise the alarm, yeah.
There we go, yeah. And
So if Lyndon lets him attack here, it could trigger that Windbrisk Heights.
yeah,
And what did he get off it again? Was it Sorin, I think?
Sorin,
yeah.
it's quite a powerful reveal there.
Yeah. 2 mana Sorin seems pretty good. Let's just start with an Inquisition.
Ricky interacting at all the correct times here. Let's see what Lyndon's got in hand.
The tough spot for Lyndon.
It does take the Anger of the Gods if required at this point.
Yeah, or he can just...
Yeah, this card.
Yeah, probably that. Lyndon can, if he's really worried about the Windbrisk Heights, he can double bolt 2
Yeah,
tokens, but that doesn't seem...
Yeah, you
like-
have to fetch up the other red.
Yeah, that doesn't seem...
You
like
can
crazy
eventually
this
get
time.
around to the Anger of the Gods. A very roundabout way though, so he needs to Colligan's command back his Snapcaster and then main phase cast.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
But
So
Ricky's
here comes
instead-
the Intangible Virtue from Ricky and
Yeah.
an attack for 8. So
Putting him to 9.
yeah,
Wow.
quite strong there. There's a very quick clock.
So what's Lyndon hoping for here?
Anger off the top.
Another
Again.
anger,
Another
basically,
anger, the other
yeah.
anger.
That's-
I don't know. Yep.
I mean, he could bolt one of them or Colligan's command one of them before, but he's already taken... I don't know.
So yeah, you can Colligan and return Snapcaster, and then he can bolt during his turn. Does he have enough mana to be able to Snapcaster Anger? He has another land in hand. He could do that.
Okay, so he's
So
going to
he's-
start casting...
he's-
Yeah,
he's
he's going to
gonna-
cast anger.
He's gonna Colligan's command end a turn.
Oh, right.
Yep. Get back Snapcaster.
No,
No,
okay.
no.
Just
Alright,
gonna
then
untap.
he's just gonna.
He's just going to hope for the second anger? What's his plan?
I don't know. We'll find out here. Just trying to assess where he's at with this.
Maybe he just realised he missed something.
Yeah. No, he's just doing the maths, just trying to figure out what his out is. Maybe he's ripped a Snapcaster Mage for main phase.
Doesn't look like a happy Lyndon there. What's his plan?
So he's going into the tank a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, so yeah,
I think he
I
missed
think
the
he
Colligan's
has
command.
recognised or realised that he did miss the Colligan's command to get back his Snapcaster and cast it.
Yeah.
Alright then. Yeah, so a little bit disappointed there. So it's a bit of a win for Ricky. So Ricky is lethal on board though, so we'll see if he can find it out.
Linden has 2
So what did
bolts, so he's not completely dead, but
yeah, I
he's
wonder what
definitely
he
in
did
trouble.
rip. Yeah, off the top there. It is an expensive resources which he could have saved though. Does he just need to bolt once here? His thought seizing again is Ricky.
Yeah, it depends on how worried he is about the Windbrisk Kites.
Is he just going to cast
He's going to
Colligan's command? No,
Oh,
it's
it's
Deceiver
Deceiver
Exarch.
Exarch,
Alright
okay.
then.
I'll just draw for the turn.
Wait, tap down one of your
Wait.
guys.
This isn't bad. So he taps down one and then bolts the other before he attacks. And then he attacks with both. He gets to block one and takes 2 damage.
Bolt one, yep. And then shows Colligan's command.
Yep.
And
So
bolt.
Linden's going to have to draw something nice here.
Just draw Splinter Twin off the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Thought Seize resolved.
Thought Seize was resolved. He goes to 13.
Because
Because he's already cast a Thought
yeah.
Seize. And he fetched.
Alright then. With 4 power on board, we'll see where he goes here.
Yeah, those cards are tokens. So I think they're both soldier tokens.
They're soldier tokens, are they? They're not. Yeah, they're not the flying ones. No. Oh no, they were flying, were they? Yeah, they were flying. I think they were off the. Yep.
Yeah, soldier
That's
tokens. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he blocked one and took
Yep.
2.
Okay.
Yep.
Assessing his options here with 1 card in hand, whether or not he wants to.
2 cards. So it's
2
bolt
cards now?
plus unknown. He's going to
Yeah.
pass it back.
Or remove 1.
I
Block 1.
hope he said before attacks because he's going to be disappointed if he didn't and he reveals that Sorin off the Windbrisk Kites.
Yeah, so.
Did not. So that
No?
was after attacks.
Yeah.
So he could cast a Sorin here. Question is what Ricky wants to play around.
So what is it? Just any time during your turn if you've attacked with 3 dudes, is it?
Yeah,
It's not during.
pretty sure.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And it's like you may play it without paying its mana cost.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
he cast it,
Yep.
so he could counter it. We'll get the text up
Yeah,
for that in a
okay.
second.
So Lina takes 2 after blocking 1, taking another 2 go down to 4. Yeah, so hideaway. So you hide away the top 4, and then you may play the exile card without paying its mana cost if you're attacked with 3 or more creatures this turn.
Yeah.
There we go. So it's just at any time.
So Ricky choosing not to
Not
play the
to,
Sorin
sorry.
there. So what's he leaving up?
Is it up for
Raise
just
the alarm.
Raise the alarm.
Dispel. It's rough for Ricky. Linden's very close to dead. Interestingly, I actually hadn't noticed
There is
yet.
2 blockers though, so we'll see. Like
Yeah. Spectral Procession.
gives him some evasive attackers here. Ricky
So-
is now tapped out though, so if Linda can find Splinter Twin, or if he's sitting on it.
I don't think Linden has any cards in hand. Yeah, so
Yeah.
Linden's on the top deck. So we need something good.
Yeah.
This is it. Pass turn, Ricky.
There's no point attacking into the
Yeah.
the 2 doofuses.
He's just gonna pass. Yep.
So he attacks anyway. And yeah, he knows what Linda's going to block, so it doesn't even matter. He's got
Linden's gonna untap. Take a draw. Snapcaster Mage would be pretty good, I think. That looked like a red spell.
Splinter Twin's pretty powerful. Could be Serum Visions, go and find more cards.
Yeah.
No, Linden's going to scoop him up there. Just didn't find what he needed. Alright.
Alright, that was an interesting game.
So, yeah, that missed Colligan's command was very vital, and then he expended all his resources, and
Yeah.
Ricky was able to continue to strip his hand, unfortunately.
Just bolting token after token is not really going to win in that game.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
Especially when tokens are very cheap and Bolt is one full card.
Exactly. One thing I actually didn't notice about the tokens deck, he doesn't have any copies of Blitterblossom anywhere in the list.
Oh, yeah. That is very interesting.
Which
So,
is, yeah, one of the, maybe he was worried about burn, I'm not sure why. Maybe we'll ask him about that a bit later.
Yeah, so Ricky going back to the sideboard here, just going to have a quick look through, see if we can't figure out if anything's better.
Yeah,
You can see some of the dismembers have come out there, so he's obviously not happy with those.
yeah, there was a burn deck in the top 8.
Yeah.
So that could have
Everyone-
been potentially hazardous.
Must have been hated out. Everyone else attempted to do it.
Yeah.
Alright, so yeah, we can have a look at the road to see how these players got there. So we'll go back to the top 8 brackets there. Yeah, so Ricky
Ricky did actually, in fact, play against the
play
burn
the
deck,
road
so
deck. Alright, and so his Burn Forge Tenders were probably quite powerful in that matchup.
as was Soren.
Yeah, so just between those, obviously that may have pushed him through. In the other brackets, we had Lyndon, and he played Amelia in the first round. So Amelia changed her deck for the top 8, I believe. She moved into a blue-white-red aggressive
deck.
a Geist deck.
Yep.
So just straight up on Geist and trying to attack people.
Exactly.
Alright then. Just did not quite get there. There's a bit of a change from a red Soul Sisters deck where she tries to get the value out of.
She played that for the
Yeah,
first couple
five
rounds,
rounds.
yeah, and then
That's
she
five
also
rounds.
switched to Grixis Control,
Okay.
and and then to eventually the
Yep.
Geist deck. He continued then to play against Tim just today in top 4,
Oh.
playing Elves,
Oh.
which was Tim agreed it was rough matchup for him.
Yeah. So some very interesting decks, very broad sort of top 8 bracket there with a lot of different decks being represented between Splinter Twin, Merfolk, Burn. So very diverse format.
Yeah, Mon is an extremely
Yeah.
diverse format.
Alright, let's try and find those sideboard slots. Very precious, especially when you allocate 4 to just beating the Burn player.
Yeah, definitely.
Alright, so they're drawing the 7. Lynn will be on the play on this one. So whether or not they're happy with what they've drawn. On Ricky's side, we can see some intangible virtues, some.
I think I spotted 2 lands and
Yep.
Intangible Virtue. One of them was a
Yep.
Wind Brisk Heights and a Raise the Alarm. So I think Ricky's hand is pretty good.
So the correct balance of spells.
Yeah, exactly. And then Lyndon looks like he's gonna
Fetch, shock.
lead on Cerebrations here
Yeah, generally.
because I don't think he has Thought Seize in his list. No Thought Seizes.
It's very much concentrated on the combo then, obviously. So you'd think that he probably wouldn't be boarding too much of it out, generally.
Yeah, he's got
Yeah, so
Cerebrations.
Saint Visions, draw, and scry, and make an assessment here on what he needs. That is a power of Saint Visions. It does allow you to keep a fewer land hand, as you're just allowed to look at those few extra cards, and then able to scry them away if needed. If you do draw that.
Yeah,
extra
exactly.
land.
Lots of 1-land Cerebrations hands have been kept and just been absolutely fine with it.
Yeah.
So
When you miss, though, it is quite bad.
yeah, like you got 4 cards deep and you didn't find the land. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, okay.
bottom. Ooh.
Yeah, exactly.
And then the next land you rip is a fetch, and you got to shuffle it all back in anyway.
Yeah.
Alright, so after Ricky Sandy's draws, and once again he's moved his deck. He right, left.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's open to interpretation.
Okay.
Looks like he's going to lead on... Oh, he's got a Windbridge Heights, but he looks like he's thinking about fetching here instead, or maybe just playing a tap land. Yeah, Windbridge Heights looks like he's going to go for.
I think he also has a Vault of the Archangel in hand as well. I thought I saw there. So he's one of he has found already.
Yep.
if that does end up being relevant in the matchup. He's sitting on a Sorin as well. He's going to put a Dismember under there.
Very quickly.
No. Yeah. No. Yes. Yes. The rest just
Pass
go
the
to the
turn
bottom.
back. Lyndon's going to think. Play a land and pass.
Pass. Standard blue player. Land go. Land go.
Exactly.
Ricky does have some choices here now on turn 2. He's going to fetch first. He's going to shock here.
Probably just get a swamp, I think. Oh, no, he's going to shock. Okay.
Does need access to those colours. Very, very colour intensive. Even though it's 2 colours, there's a lot of like Zealous Persecutions and like 1 cost, 2 costs. All on alternate colours.
Spectral Procession also is a big card that needs a lot of white, so.
Yeah.
We'll start off with an Inquisition here. So I think that's what he was doing last turn, considering Inquisition on the first turn instead of Windbrisk Kites, and he decided on Windbrisk Kites. Interesting. Surgical Extraction and Karanos came in.
Alright then. It's very interesting. So obviously Lindy is trying to play a long game here.
Yeah.
The Dispel, did that come in or was that already? No,
He's already got a couple of spells, so it's hard to tell.
Yeah.
But I wasn't expecting Karanos in this matchup. What's the Surgical Extraction for?
There is a lot of 4 of, so any of the token generations, it does remove his threats. So
That's Lingering Souls as well.
Yeah. Oh, that's very that's very very strong.
Yeah, right.
So anything you could hit, like any Sorins would be excellent to remove as well, because that is how you get out of range.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Lingering Souls or any of the interactive type spells. So any of the Thought Seizers or Inquisitions would be good as well to hit with it. So Ricky does take the Dispel, writes down the rest down, and ships turn back, then fetches, same to 19. If our life title was correct at this point, I think Lena did shock in the first turn as well, is that correct?
Yes, Lena should be at 16, I think.
Yep, there we go. And just finding the rest of his colours basically.
Takes a draw. Still has his hand close to him.
Sorry, you don't want to show your opponent.
Yeah. So Dispel was taken with that Inquisition. All the other options, Surgical Extraction, Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, that's correct.
Interesting. Guess is not super worried about the extraction. Tassiga.
There we go. That was not a choice that Inquisition can take.
Yeah.
It is a strong turn 3 play though.
Doesn't have the Path to Exile. Draws a Spectral
I think
Procession.
he had the Dismember under the Winterbrisk Kites, that's correct.
Had the what?
Dismember.
Oh, right, yeah.
He will be able to buy himself a few turns here though with Spectral Possession if he does want to elect to block.
So does Lyndon bolt one end your turn? I don't think that really accomplishes much.
Yes, I'm not entirely sure about that either. Yeah, I don't think it feels very good.
No.
So we'll just push through the attacks basically, and if he does try and cast a like an intangible virtue, he might try and bolt one then. And being very deliberate here, Taskin's going to attack. No blocks from Ricky.
Drops to 13.
So where is Lyndon going to go with this? So he did have a Keranos, he's 1 turn away from that. That could put a lot of pressure on the board, obviously, drawing extra cards and every turn potentially removing a token.
Yeah, I guess in a long game, even though it's just killing tokens and drawing cards, I guess.
I'm not sure that Ricky has any way to really interact with it unless it becomes a creature, which is through Path to Exile, and that's about it.
Yeah, it's not becoming a creature in this deck.
No.
Like you need like Jace plus like a bunch of other stuff.
Well, Jace was in the deck. He did sideboard that in, so
Yeah.
you know, maybe he'll turn on.
I would like to see that.
I think the game will almost be over by then.
Yeah. As Jason Kronos going at the same time.
With Tasker already on the field.
Yeah.
As we're talking about his intangible virtue. So it does give him a 2-for-1 in his creatures now, if it does land.
If Lyndon does choose to not interact before Ricky attacks, he can cast a free dismember here.
Oh yeah, that too.
Interesting.
I think Ricky would attack anyway with his evasive dudes, and then you can just remove. But it does depend. Like obviously, Lyndon is holding up counter spells.
So that resolves, and Ricky attacks.
Yeah. Otherwise, he. Yes, Ricky. Yeah, it did resolve.
Wow.
And Ricky
Take
is attacking.
6, go to 10.
Is he going to cast this off the Winterbrisk Ice heights? No, he's looking at his hand. He's thinking about it.
What other options does he have? Just leave up Raise the Alarm or something. Having a think.
There's a few choices here for Ricky. It is one of those things though, when the cards are on the table underneath other cards, you do forget that they are almost like in your hand.
Yeah,
like,
right. Yeah.
Just being aware, obviously.
It's another aspect you have to think about. Yeah. We're just gonna activate.
Tasker. Oh, Anger of the Gods. Give him Serum Visions.
Interesting. You could have responded with the Windbrisk Kites to kill the Tassiger. But then
the effect
then
still
get
goes
Tassiger
ahead,
back.
Though.
Yeah. You wouldn't want to get Tassiger. You're just going to wait till it resolves and then let him get Tassiger. And then kill Tassiger, I think. Or I could just leave up Raise the Alarm.
He is tapped out now, so if he does cast it, is quite powerful. It's going to resolve, right?
Just going to give him the Serum Visions. Just going to let him tap.
He's just going to let it go.
Wow, okay.
Right.
Interesting. Maybe he has just forgotten about it.
Is he going to trade with his dudes now? Is he going to put them all in front of Tasker if Tasker attacks? Or does he just ignore it? Is he winning the race? He's winning the race,
He is winning the race, yeah. So, I don't think you can just put them all in front, especially since you've got to Raise the Alarm as well. You just take 4 and try to kill him with Raise the Alarm.
So what's Lyndon hoping for here? Is he just going to try and tip in two lands off the top?
Cryptic, I guess, could buy him a turn, and then like Cryptic into Anger or something. Cryptic and Snapcaster for Anger. He has outs. It's not. He's not
dead.
Yeah. There is a Raise the Alarm being cast. I'm not sure why it's on Lyndon's side of the board. Ricky and his foil decks.
This did resolve, or yeah, it did. Yeah, all right then. No interaction from Lyndon. It must. So his hand was we had Keranos, we had a lightning bolt, and I can't remember what else was in there. There was a few other things. So apparently there's a desolate lighthouse. Bolt. Yep. So there is a few things which you can do, obviously. Does need one more land if he's looking for like Snapcaster. He's going to put a dude in the way. Alright then, there we go.
He's going to chump. Interesting. Doesn't want to... what's he playing around there?
Does he have? He does not have lethal on board though. Like
He's just buying time, I guess.
Buying time, yeah.
I don't know.
Protecting his life total.
Is that as a Q otherwise?
Not sure. With all his alternate, he's got a Siren in hand. Is this going to cast Siren?
Oh, he's got Vault. Oh my gosh. Surely just attack and activate Vault. Like, that seems pretty good.
It depends what the
Gain
counter
8.
spell. Yeah, I don't know.
I mean, you can't counter it. He's got like
Yeah.
2 bolts max. Interesting. Gain forward. Yeah. Still surprised he hasn't activated the Windbrisk Kites yet. I guess a Tasiga activation revealing 2 lands is something to be worried about. Get that anger back.
It's going to tap down one of these guys. One of the flyers.
Bash.
So some of these are raise the alarm, aren't they?
So yeah, 2 spirits and 1 raise the alarm.
Yeah.
Soldier token. Just gonna bolt 1. Bolt the flyer, yep.
Yeah.
And
block.
does
and
he
then
want to
take
block?
2.
If he blocks, then
Take 2.
it's gonna die. Oh.
No, it's a 2/2. It's
yeah, but he can activate the vault.
Yeah.
And he's just gonna do that. Interesting. He doesn't want to die to Splinter Twin.
So before blocks, obviously.
Oh, okay, right.
So after he attacks before
Oh,
blocks.
okay.
Yeah.
So he's not at 8 yet. He's still at 10. Is that correct?
Not sure. Maybe it was after blocks.
And then looks like.
Maybe it was after blocks.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. And then Ricky will finish his turn with another
Intangible virtue.
Yep.
These tokens are getting bigger.
Interesting. Lyndon's options.
Shuffling his mana around, laying it out, counting it out.
Thinking about his options. He's going to go with Serum Visions. Scry.
I'm not sure what he drew then, it was something red.
Can I think? Jace will be pretty nice now.
It's only -1, is it? Or for your dudes?
-1.
So yes,
yeah,
it's
they're
still
buying
the
some
same.
turn.
Yeah, it does buy
fine.
a turn, yeah.
Yeah, some time. So it'd go to 5 and then attack down to 3 if Ricky even wants to attack Jace. What else?
It is about protecting those evasive beaters here for Ricky if he's trying to push through that damage. It's not far away. And he does have Siren in hand, remember, so he is
yeah. So if Ricky, Lyndon, if Lyndon taps out for something here, Ricky can just kill him with Siren. Well, not quite. Oh yeah, because they're 3/3s.
Lyndon doesn't have any what is it, wear tears at all, does he? No.
No. Nothing to interact with those enchantments.
Alright then.
Sneaking. Cryptic Command could be a blowout here. Counter, tap your team. He plays land.
He's just going to go for it? No? No,
He's not
I'm
sure.
thinking about it.
He's not sure.
There is a lot of mana up there. He's looking at it though. He's thinking.
Surgical Extraction is still sitting in Lyndon's hand, along with Desolate Lighthouse. Is that what we think it is? I'm not sure.
There's a few things going on. Like both of them playing very close to the chest. Sort of. There is quite a number of grip full of cards. Is Ricky asking me how many cards in hand? Ricky's assessing his options. He's just going to attack.
3/3 Vigilance tokens.
Is he gonna block with Tasica here? Is he gonna let this one slide? Is he gonna...
We can't let it slide. He has to block. Or he can. I guess he can bolt something. So he's got a bolt. But if he blocks, he's gonna activate.
Vault. There we go. Yep.
So will damage occur? So Lyndon's gonna have a think. Looks like damage is gonna happen.
Yep. Oh, rough.
Yeah. He's dying. He's taking 2.
Ricky gains 3. Is that right? Off that. Yep. And goes back up. Oh no, he gains 6. That's right. Because of both. Yeah, some damage did occur to the Tasica. Lifelink does work on creatures.
He's just gonna pass.
Are going into the tank a little bit here, are playing a little bit slowly and carefully, obviously make sure they're making the correct decisions. Alright, Lyndon is down to 5 here, not much life left. Ricky is very comfortably ahead, but we'll see what's going to happen here. It's going to take Raise the Alarm.
Interesting.
Does he have to reveal his hand?
Does, yeah.
Is that the worship?
That looks like the worship.
Oh my god.
That's good.
What is that? I've got to read this card.
Yeah, I hadn't. To look at the deck list, I'd never heard of this card.
Alright, so I'm going to bring it up and have a quick look at it.
Worship. Okay. That's it.
There we go. Yeah, so it's an enchantment. It costs 4, white 3. So if you control a creature, damage that would reduce your life total to less than 1 reduces it to 1 instead. So just as long as he doesn't block with all his tokens when he gets Splinter Twinned, he doesn't die, which is quite reasonable.
That's what it's for, right? That's. I mean.
Yeah, I think that's the plan.
It's interesting.
I suppose you could just sit up though, like. As we said, Linda doesn't have any way to interact with any enchantments, so
he doesn't.
You better counterspell those ones. So even if you can just not block forever, and like even if he's just attacking with Tasicas and things, you know, yeah, and it's just damage as well. So it's is that all damage? That's both lightning bolts and combat damage, right?
Yeah.
So
you can life drain him. Then it's just gonna untap. Take a draw. Looks like 3 cards in hand. One looks like a Splinter Twin.
Just gonna get Ricky to pay for it to kill himself.
Just pass it back.
I think he drew a duress there. He's gonna have a quick look. See what's going on the other side of the board. See what Lyndon has to say about this. It's the only legal target.
Yeah, so you got Snapcaster, Karanos. Wow,
Karanos,
interesting. Yeah. So you can Snapcaster
a bolt. It's pretty reasonable.
He hasn't played the Karanos yet.
So what was Ricky's hand? Ricky's hand was Sorin Worship.
Yeah. So it's kind of a stalemate here. There's not really much, like...
Yeah.
Linda can Snapcaster Bolt and clear the board, but then...
Ricky gets to free cast his Sorin and make a 4/4
Make a 4/4
flying vampire.
So yeah, Lyndon's gonna have to find an answer to that really quick. Yeah, so it looks like that's what's gonna happen.
Coming into a head here, so Lyndon's obviously assessing his options. He's trying to decide whether or not he should be attacking.
So Ricky's plan is just to attack, and I think Lyndon goes to 2. I think he has to Snapcast a Bolt, and then yeah, Ricky plays Soren, makes a 4/4 vampire, and Lyndon has to find an answer to that, or he's dead next turn. And that looks like exactly what's going to happen.
Snap bolt. Token gets dealt with. Soren lands.
Slam,
Slams
Soren.
it. This could be the finisher in this one.
He taps 5 mana
We
for
could
it.
be off to it.
Untap one of those lands, yeah. Yeah.
There you go. Dude's worth 5 mana. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
What's he
So far for Ricky in this top 4 anyway.
easily. Yep, makes a 4/4 vampire. Alright, Lyndon, what you got? Find something good. Did Deceive Rexark?
I didn't see it. I missed it. So quick on the
Yeah, I couldn't quite
so
tell,
straight
but-
down. Karanos won't protect him. It is flying, so Snapcaster doesn't
conceding
get to
yet.
block it.
Interesting. So if Lyndon attacks Soren, do you block with the 4/4? Yeah, that's what.
It's gonna do it. Yeah,
Do you block?
could be holding. Yeah, like
Like if you drew Bolt,
yeah.
then it's just back to stalemate, I guess.
I suppose you can just tick Soren up though, and then the clock is still inevitable, sort of.
Yeah, so I think you have to block here, yeah. Lyndon's probably, if he doesn't find Bolt, probably prompt a concession here. Or he'll just pass back. Oh wow, found Snapcaster.
Snap bolt. Oh
Wow.
my god.
Alright,
This does pressure Soren a bit as well. It does keep you in the game. Obviously, Soren. Oh, you could just go down again and make another 4/4, couldn't he? Rather
yeah,
than try
but
and go up
then
and
his
save
Soren's
Soren.
gone. Interesting. If he draws a,
Is he just going to sacrifice the Soren here?
it depends. If
What
he
else
draws
did
a
he
token
draw?
maker,
Yeah.
he just plays. Yeah, okay, so he didn't draw anything.
Especially with all these raise the alarms going, obviously.
He just drew a
Yeah.
land. Oh, he's
He's going to
play
cast
the
worship. I was hoping that this double tokens from Soren will get him there, push him over the line, and we'll be off to a game 4 here. We'll see.
Well, if we didn't find someone Snapcaster, we'll have a game. Yeah.
Skipping it up now. There you go. Yeah.
Wow, what a game.
Yeah. Well done. Some tough decisions.
Yeah, that
there,
was-
and like
That was a close one. Ricky is up 2-1 in the finals here.
Lyndon does have to find answers to those enchantments, though. He does have to have his counter spells up. I don't know. So, is it Staticaster just doesn't feel like it would get there, does it, with the intangible virtues?
From what they've seen there, do you think they're going to sideboard any differently?
Not sure. We'll find out. Ready? Ricky's having a quick look through now.
So Ricky saw one
Is
Splinter
Ricky-
Twin. So
Is he gonna? Looks like he's thinking about boarding in the Birch Tender. He was like looking at those for a while there. And Lyndon is also sideboarding again. Ricky is bringing in 1 card. I don't think Lyndon brought in anything. Alright, so some very strong matchups here. Like more interactive than what I thought.
yeah, I thought
So,
my initial impression was that the black light tokens would just like the point removal spells from Lyndon wouldn't be able to match up against the tokens. But it's been a lot closer than it originally seemed.
see, my impression was the opposite. I thought like just being able to Splinter Twin, like through most of the hate. Like Ricky doesn't seem to be packing that much
Yeah, right.
hate, and I thought he'd just get through it. But you know,
Yeah, hasn't
yeah,
really
just
gone like
hasn't
that.
really found it. No, like so often when I play against it, it's always on turn 4 and it always just happens. Like,
Yeah.
Like I'm presenting, I'm gonna do things to prevent this, but they just like go for it anyway. Get me?
Yeah.
I'm like, all right.
Yeah. No, not all. Especially when I think Lyndon is one who enjoys or who likes to side out Splinter Twins. So
All right then. Yeah, so once again, just promoting the other events which are coming up as presented by Good Games Melbourne. So there is on Saturday the 19th September we have a few events running which Sneak and Show will be providing coverage for. We have the pre-TQ. Make sure you do sign up and get along to that. There's also a Mox Highlander event and the last chance for the WMCQ. All right, so just to be aware that Paul Jackson, who is a Sneak and Show representative, is the team captain for the WMCQ team. Then we have is it Bill Lou?
we can't read that.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yeah, sorry, Will Lou. Sorry. Who's one in Brisbane, and the one in Sydney is being played tomorrow. So we'll find out who else is on the team, who will be going overseas there. All right. Will is also a Sneak and Show member that we should mention. Yeah, so some powerful players, with good results over the most recent period, being represented for Australia there.
Also worth noticing the Mox Highlander event is all proxies, so you don't have to own all those dual lands and Black Lotus and stuff. You can just proxy them all up, and you can come and fight. So make sure to check that out.
If you do want to own any of them, though, make sure you do get onto Sneak and Show, and you can potentially purchase some of them.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
All right, so off to game 4 here, and we're starting off with Linda again. He's looking to do the same sort of thing, just going straight for the Serum Visions there. No shocking this time though. And Ricky will stuff his standard Winter Brisk Heights.
Winter Brisk Heights every turn 1.
Yeah. It is a powerful card though, it does give him a lot of options.
So what was it that Lyndon did with his scry?
I missed that, so I'm not. I did look away. See if we can find out for you. Bottom. Apparently, wasn't happy with what he found. Must have been digging for those lands, like we said. No, it sounds
So
like
he plays
he
a
found
tap
it.
Steam Vents.
Yep. All right. Just trying to find all the details. All right, and thought seeds from Ricky's side of the board here, and you can have a quick look and a jot down. So there's some hate on Linen's side with Anger of the Gods. There's Seavrax Arc, a Spell Snare, and a Colligan's Command. It does have some lands in hand though.
Along with 2 basic islands.
Yeah, so bottom must have been just more lands, obviously, that he's ripping off the top there.
Probably spells he couldn't cast because he needs a double red and he needs black as well. So
yeah, so he does need to find the correct lands.
a fetch land would be good.
Ricky's got to make a decision here. He's just got to pick which one he thinks is the most reasonable.
What does his hand look like?
Depends what he's trying to cast, right?
Yeah.
So he might even take just the Spell Snare to get all his token generators.
Yeah, maybe.
Quickly read all the modes on this.
Not sure if you care about an uncastable Colligan command at this point. Like, there's no creatures to get back.
They can be very castable very quickly though, and obviously,
Yeah.
like Ricky doesn't have an open for like a field of dudes at all, so.
Okay, so just gonna take it.
I suppose just the value that you can get out of it later.
Yeah, it's like it's really the only 2 for 1 there. In one card. The rest of the cards are pretty fair. Like, what did he find? Did he find that second red? Looks like he didn't. So at this point, do you think you upkeep Deceiver Exarch or end step?
I'm not really sure, so yeah, I haven't had a lot of experience with Splinter myself,
Yeah.
but it may cast it on upkeep. It depends.
I get the
Obviously.
I get the feeling he's just gonna end step it to live up. Just
the potential for counter magic, I guess. There's no rush. It's not like Ricky's missing.
He doesn't
land
have the
drops
combo in
and
hand,
drops
and he
it.
doesn't have the extra lands, and he knows it. Like, Ricky obviously knows that, so he's not
Yeah,
going to rush out his. He does need to apply some sort of pressure to the board, though.
So Ricky's gonna start with Lingering Souls.